Alright, I am live. I send out go live message. And then we'll start case number 4. Hey there, Davio. How you doing? I saw you were doing some fishing. And there we go. You good? How about me? I'm doing fairly well. A little tired though. I don't know why. I got plenty of sleep hours wise, but I just didn't have very good sleep quality, I guess. I don't know. I got a bunch of rest yesterday from working on taking part that free on Friday. But still feeling sort of just we'll see how it goes. Sometimes it'd be like that. Yeah. Oh, what the heck? No. Okay, as soon as I... OBS, please. Stop throwing a fit. Okay, let me try switching display capture. There we go. Okay, that's better. Alright. Let's see, so... Last time... Finished chapter, well, case 3. I guess the biggest things from that is... We're working with the steel ones now. Oh, and then... Yeah, the eye taker and Ilmater, or Eris. Oh, goody. What are your friends? Still something from City Hall? There's a statue. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Classic. Yeah, I was waiting for you to find that. Oh, God, let's go to DP. Oh, yeah. But yeah, with the statue, I had the same reaction. Freaking blue blanc. Oh my goodness. Never gonna be free of him. That's all I react to next. Yes. Shared suffering. Oh boy. Yeah, the end of chapter 3 and going into chapter 4 made me put or made me give the game the highest honor I could. I put it into my Steam favorites. Oh my. About to go into Michelin? Nice. Yeah. Oh, but some of those blue blanc quizzes, I don't know if you saw, I had to look up one or two of the answers. Because I just thought they were some bullshit. Well, at least one in particular, although I forget what it was. Oh yeah, the fish tank. That one sucked. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, the fish tank, yep. Did you figure that one out? Because, like, I had absolutely no clue. Okay. But I mean, generally, you are. I talk to literally, yeah. Yeah, you also talk to literally everybody. I only talk to the people I find interesting. Skill issue, true. I'm an honorary iPad baby. I didn't have an iPad growing up, but my attention span is just about the same. Oh my. Good tangent, yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Anyway. Case 4. In the kingdom of Wyverngard, there was a gulf between what was lawful and what was just. Here, ideals were just fairy tales. They were pleasant to think about, but they distracted from how the world really was. You're naive, but I've been starting to think that if everyone else was like you, the world wouldn't be the way it was. Who's talking here? But the world was the way it was. Not even you, with all of your special divine powers, could change that. Okay, we're with Ruby. I can't believe Cuthbert used the Eye of Horus on the client. He's becoming more and more reckless, and I think McCoy is just making him worse. Oh? I wonder what he was like with his real mother. He's definitely nothing like Ryan was. Ryan? Adopting him was a mistake. What? Well, I would assume she means that more in the way that it put him in danger. Not that she actually regrets it. Or, well, not that she regrets looking after him. Yeah. Beatrice. Freelancer, age 23, Arcane Art Illusion. Okay, is this her client? Is something wrong, Timora? No, it's nothing. Well, the trial is about to begin, and all our futures are at stake. Of course, Miss... Actually, what do you go by now? Beatrice. I prefer just Beatrice, but they'll be using my legal name anyway. Beatrice muttered some kind of mantra before clapping her hands together. She'd been doing that a lot since we'd met. It must have been some kind of meditative ritual for her. I couldn't help but side-eye Eris. I was a little annoyed with how careless she was being. Why is Eris here?
Is something wrong, Tymora? I'd just like to know what you think you're doing here. My father sent me to accompany Beatrice to the courthouse. It's a new environment for her. We do need to keep her condition in mind, after all.
I wasn't so convinced. Her father had a lot more sense than that. Not to mention that Eris always liked stirring up trouble. She took a lot of pleasure in complicating my jobs. It was apparently her favorite pastime. And the boss, doting father that he was, just let her do as she pleased. So I guess Ruby does, like, still have a relationship with the Eye Taker. And Eris just messes with her from time to time. But she's been trying to hide Tyrion from them, as far as I can tell. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know.
I hope you understand how much you're risking by being seen with me. You were already pushing it when you approached us at the academy. Don't you think you're worrying too much? You've been preparing for this, haven't you? Just keep your head low and make sure no one connects you to your father. You know how important this trial is. Why? Would knowing my true identity cause friction with your son? He's not my... Oh, speak of the devil.
I spotted Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. I guess after our little argument, he wanted to see how this trial would turn out. McCoy spotted me and gave me a friendly yet uncomfortable smile. Cuthbert froze for a moment before looking away and walking silently into the courtroom.
Parental troubles. We had a disagreement earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you say so.
I was wary about what he saw in Beatrice's mind. He'd always been a good kid, but he was also really stubborn. It clouded his judgment sometimes. He hadn't been practicing law for very long. It didn't help that his string of victories was getting to his head. But I was sure that once he'd seen enough of what the courts were really like, he'd understand why I needed to do this. The
trial is about to begin. Do you really have the time to be making small talk here?
Prosecutor Steelwind approached the three of us, hailed by a familiar face.
Wallace Nightgrave? He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. So, can I assume you'll be prosecuting? Of course. I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tymora. Really, if I remember correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far.
Oh, it seemed that struck a nerve. I might be able to use that later.
Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You seem almost surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of remaining objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind.
Nightgrave looked unusually reprimanding and concerned for her. He was really averse to confrontation, wasn't he?
Oh, I love a good reunion.
The deck was already stacked in our favor. I just needed to follow through and get this over and done with. After that, we'd finally have everything we needed to topple the 4 pillars. Oh. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready?
Oh. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor.
He definitely looked less self-assured than usual. Her history with Beatrice might be throwing her off. Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frege. And the victim of the murder is William Frege himself.
Oh. Okay. One of the heads of the 4 pillar families is dead. Interesting. Yes, I'm well aware of that. The people of Wyverngard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frege's head.
Please, the only people who mourned him were the banking house's shareholders.
On that matter, did you also say that the defendant is accused of grand theft?
Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Haraldson Hall of History was hosting an exhibit within the manor. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wyverngard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects.
Oh. Okay. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them physically or magically are immune to all harmful magical effects. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. Oh.
The prosecution believes that the defendant stole this item to break into the victim's study, which was secured with a magical lock. After breaking into the study, he attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener. He died of blood loss shortly after.
Okay, died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death, blood loss, throat slashed open. Both carotid arteries were severed, meaning that death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic were also found on the body. Aww. I see. Does the prosecution have a motive?
William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and cut contact with all of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she contacted her father a week ago.
Objection!
My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims, but that simply highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I have no idea why they would schedule this meeting during the yearly Lord's Ball, but nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night. And these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for aid, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. It's a good thing we prepared for this. Yeah. Blood from her family 5 years ago. In retaliation, William Frege told Miriam Frege that he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance after death. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Frege in court. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence to confirm why my client contacted her late father. Yes, I'm well aware that the defendant has refused to tell us what they discussed. And be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition?
Condition? What do you mean by that, Miss Tymora?
Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability.
She looks so smug. Got some powerful smug there.
Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is legally disabled. However, legally disabled? That's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client is completely blind.
Oh. Completely blind. Is this true?
We have several medical documents and testimony from several chirurgeons attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything.
Beatrice's blindness. Beatrice Frege is completely blind, unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified chirurgeons. I don't know if I'm saying chirurgeons right. Don't know what that means. Actually, you know what? Let me look it up. What is a chirurgeon? Oops. And the game threw a fit because I tabbed out. It didn't crash though, I think. Chirurgeon is an archaic or historical term for a surgeon. Borrowed from Old French. Okay. So it's just a surgeon from ye old times. All right. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of?
I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would just let me elaborate. Your Honor, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a display case that was magically secured. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sword of spell-eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor?
I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Timora. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest.
This is just awful. The Steel Ones have always been at odds with the Fregas. They're just taking advantage of the Duke's death.
Objection!
Enough! Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case. Nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment.
Very well, Miss Steelwind.
I guess the little lady had some claws after all. But it didn't matter. Their case against Beatrice was questionable at best. Frankly, it was surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It was only a matter of time before the judge saw things my way. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand.
How is this guy still employed? Oh boy, how are we gonna clown on Orem this time?
Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Or have some mercy. Have you seen her smug face? I don't think he's getting any mercy today. He also loathes her, yeah. Right. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen. We activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house, and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down. We just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night. He'd already locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of his own blood. The lock was still engaged and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the Sword of Spell Eating. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt. I guess she murdered the victim to get a part of his inheritance. Oh, he is going to be completely dismantled here. Because we've already gone over that she can't receive inheritance. Although they have yet to testify that, because we need Miriam Frege to take the stand for that. On what else? Temporarily disable the lock. I mean, is that how the Sword of Spell Eating works, though? Wouldn't it just destroy the magic? Like, it couldn't be reapplied? Unless somebody reapplied it themselves. And there's an anti-magic field over the entire manor. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I already had a countermeasure to disprove the existence of any motive. All I had to do was present that to the court.
Alright. Okay, so I'm still pressing him. Interesting, we're not playing as Tyrion right now, we're playing as Ruby, I guess. Let's see, Miriam Frege, yeah, we've seen her before. The spoiled daughter of House Frege, one of the four pillar families. She's extremely arrogant, but appears to excel at her studies at the Imperial Academy. I can't imagine she has many genuine friends. Yeah, are these any different than... Oh wait, no. These are still written from Tyrion's perspective. Although is this... Wait, this is different, isn't it? My personal bodyguard and closest confidant. He's cheerful and sweet, crossed out, and beautiful. She has this way of brightening my day, and I'm happy I get to work with her. Aww. Practicing defense attorney and the best chess player in all of Wyvern Guard. Alright. Ruby, my mentor and legal guardian. She raised me after my mother was killed and taught me everything I know about being an attorney. Wallace. It just says he's extremely anxious, ready to flee at any moment's notice. Very secretive about the type of magic he studies. William Frege, head of House Frege and Duke of Finance. His noble house is one of the four pillar families, and responsible for tax collection and the exchange of resources. House Frege owns and controls every banking house in Wyvern Guard. No spells. Let's see, sort of spell eating. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. Okay, so it doesn't destroy the spell or anything, it's just... When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. I don't think a door lock would be considered a harmful magical effect. So, yeah, would that even work on the door? Oh. Okay, we saw the autopsy report, the inheritance. That's probably what I'm gonna need to present. The blindness. Alright, but I gotta do this, even though it's Ruby.
Objection!
Your Honor, the witness's testimony contradicts this piece of evidence.
My apologies, Miss Tymora, but I fail to see any contradiction there.
Perhaps you should look harder, Your Honor. Or perhaps you should stop making such careless claims. Right. I needed to stop playing around. I had the evidence I needed, I just need to present it to the court.
Yeah. I just wanted to show off my runestone. The legion of propeller hat and giant lollipop wielding people grows. We got Tyrion and was it Prince Aster? With how they were getting along? Or was I thinking of somebody else? And now Ruby. It's proof that I'm a certified attorney. I just imagine them all arm in arm, strolling down a road with their propeller hats on, holding candy. Or holding giant lollipops. Gathering more people as they go. Alright, activated the silent security system, the anti-magic field over the entire manor.
Wait, doesn't the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? An anti-magic field would have disempowered everyone except the thief.
Like, that's on the edge. Like, would it be considered a harmful effect? I guess, because it's sort of like a debuff to everybody in there. Yeah, well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought it was just a dusty old artifact.
That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for your position, Orem?
Damn! He is not holding back. It's only the first press. My goodness. There's 7 or 6 more statements to go.
The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities.
One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities. I just won't let that one sink in. Yeah. It's like, well then, what do you expect an ancient artifact to do?
Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander?
Okay, did a search of the house, found a stolen sword.
That seems like a strange conclusion to jump to. My client hadn't set foot into the Frege Manor in years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else.
I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. I guess she was hoping that her sister would come back one day. Huh.
Lefe.
Didn't look like she was going to run. Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down. Just kept a close eye on her.
And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orem?
Well...
Crown Prince Aster knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence.
Oh. Yikes. The Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant? Is this true, Miss Steelwind?
It is. However, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by your jealousy? Your fiancée was previously engaged, my client, after all.
Oh, she's really digging at that sore spot. Even Orem's like, bruh.
You're enjoying this a bit too much.
Okay, he was already in a bad mood that night, already locked himself inside his study.
Did anyone see him enter the study?
A few people. One of them was Lafe Frege, the victim's second daughter. I sure remember trying to Mary had some digs at Arya like that. Oh yeah, I do remember that. About stealing away the crown prince or whatever. Didn't make as much sense at the time, but then after case 3, yeah. Yikes. House Frege will still steal him back from you. Yeah. Okay, but so there's also Lafe Frege, who we haven't seen yet. He said that he was extremely irritated, so he went into his study for some peace and quiet. I guess his meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood.
But if the manor was covered in an anti-magic field, how did he lock the door magically?
Wait, what? Okay, where didn't they put the anti-magic field after it happened? Am I hallucinating? Stole the sword to break into the magical lock. The field was after the theft? Oh, wait. So it was after the theft, but before the murder? I guess I missed that. Okay. I thought they both happened around the same time. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense then. How did he lock the door magically? I'm not sure how, but the locks in the manor aren't affected by anti-magic fields. Well, maybe it's... Yeah, like maybe... I'm guessing an anti-magic field in this works sort of like it doesn't stop magic from inside something. So like magical devices could still work, but it probably stops magic from being gathered in midair, like, or away from the body or devices. Like, maybe it like dissipates the magic outside of the body.
How? The magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field around themselves. The two fields cancel each other out. It's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together.
Magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field. But if they have a anti-magic field around themselves, how do they lock? Alright. Artificery, that's right. Literally the opposite, yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit confused here.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know a lot about artificery. Is what she's saying true? Yes, overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon.
Literally the opposite, the fields don't cancel each other out? Well, I mean, here it seems like it cancels each other out, but I'm still confused about how the lock has an anti-magic field around it, but it's still magically locked. I don't know.
It's a frequently used failsafe. I would just have to take her word for it.
An hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of his own blood. Well, I mean, it could make a difference, like, I don't know. So the anti-magic field cancels each other out. Well, I don't know. I still can't understand how the thing works to begin with. Since all matters in a field. Yeah. Brain not large enough for this instance. I don't know. My 2 brain cells are being overworked right now.
Who discovered the body?
The same person who saw him last. His daughter, Lefe Frega.
I really wish it could have been anyone other than her. Was anyone else there with Lefe when she happened upon the body?
Yeah. Supposedly, one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet. And he heard the violent attack through one of the air vents. When he finally got out, he told Lefe and they went into the study, accompanied by some knights. A lock was still engaged, nobody teleported in. Must have temporarily disabled the lock using something like the Sword of Spell Eating. Okay. I guess that could make sense then? Maybe? Okay, so the Sword of Spell Eating cancels excuse me. Cancels harmful effects on the user and anything they're connected to. So if the person, well, first off, if the anti-magic field counts as a debuff, then if everyone's treating it like it makes sense, assume it doesn't move past it, yeah. But yeah, if it counts the anti-magic field as a debuff, then it wouldn't nullify the big magic field. But well, wait. I was gonna say they could touch the lock and it would disable the small magic field or anti-magic field, which would let the big anti-magic field affect it. But then the big anti-magic field wouldn't affect it because they're still touching it and it, yeah. So then the lock would still have to count as a harmful effect. I don't know. Okay, disable lock.
This sword is integral to the case against my client. So why is the description of its capabilities so vague?
To be honest, the sword is magical, and it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about. And we can't identify its magic like we usually do with most artificery devices. According to Lord Haraldson, its powers are demonic in nature. If you ask me, that's all a bunch of hooey. Either way, it's obvious that it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic.
What?
What is it, Miss Timora?
It's nothing.
Cuthbert was watching from the gallery. So he must have heard that too. I needed to focus on getting the client an acquittal first. I could worry about Cuthbert later.
Either way, we've tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the lock on the Duke's study.
When used correctly? Okay. Defendant was seriously in debt. She murdered the victim to get a part of an inheritance.
You have testimonies? Wouldn't an official record be more valid evidence? Imora, you and I both know that your client's creditors are not the type to keep such records. So you're admitting that you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that. But it doesn't matter if we can prove that this debt exists. The Frege estate is unimaginably vast. Debt or no debt, that amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual.
You had a point. House Frege owned every banking house in Wyverngard. People could only dream of having that much wealth and power. The prosecution's case against Beatrice was already really weak. I'm surprised she even brought this to trial in the first place. I already had testimony from someone else that directly contradicted the commander's testimony. Once I presented that to the court, this case was as good as mine. Alright, so probably the last one, present the inheritance thing.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes, and the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them.
What do you mean, Miss Tymora? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance.
That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all.
What?
Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. William Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No. He'd do everything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this.
The moment she slammed her cane down, I noticed her wince a little. She was getting more and more heated. I didn't realize her rivalry with Beatrice was that personal.
On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit the changes to his will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago when she left. I have witness testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client before she fled the household. That's why she left. What? She never brought that up during questioning. Why would she release that information to one of her father's enemies? If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What have you done, Timora? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Frege to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I recall correctly, you were also tight-lipped during questioning this morning.
Feels like she's being blackmailed. Miriam is usually a lot more confident. I mean, could be because she just lost her father, but I don't know.
The witness has just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to his murder. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? I have always had a way with people. Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. After my sister's accident, my father said that she was unfit to inherit our noble house. He declared to our family that he would be removing her from his will. It was 5 years ago, but I remember it well. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. And are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes. Even now, I can remember everything clearly. I see. Her speech was getting slower, and I could have sworn that her words were slurring. Nightgrave seemed extremely concerned for some reason. And Leife was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leife couldn't possibly have been there. She was starting to sway as if she couldn't keep her balance. Was this trial getting to her? Hey, are you okay? Of course What?
By the Scaled Lord. Is that blood? Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort to the courtroom immediately. What the heck? After some scrambling, a couple of healers were able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. In all the chaos, I caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and lacerations on several parts of her body. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them. The mages dispelled it to identify her wounds. They took Steelwind out of the courtroom on a stretcher, but as they were doing that, she grabbed Nightgrave and rasped something into his ear. He looked confused, but he simply nodded and made his way to the witness stand. But not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seemed equally confused. Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why would Miss Steelwind prosecute if she was so gravely injured?
I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her doctor. Her doctor? The truth is that Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyway. She showed up at my house and asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial.
Scaled Lord! Why didn't she just recuse herself?
You must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, I would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up when no one else would, and she did it all despite the risk to her life. It almost made me respect her a little.
Almost? Man. What's it take for her to actually get some respect? You actually have to die? Oh my.
Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor?
What?
Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is.
Oh, that is so underhanded. Man. He was just about to say something to break Miriam's testimony. I hear Ruby's pushing to get everything thrown out.
In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death.
Miss Tymora, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured. And you're still only concerned about...
The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client.
Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor.
And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's been nearly 12 hours since the murder took place.
I feel like I know where this is going.
That gives us what? 36 hours? After that, every magical trace at the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone. If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk, and now she has to take responsibility for that. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I wasn't completely proud of winning this way, but I wouldn't let an opportunity like this pass me by.
Man, I have to wonder, Tyrion is watching all this. What does he think of this? I can't imagine he'd be pleased.
The judge was clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but Steelwind didn't leave him any choice.
It seems that there aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. We will take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict.
Objection!
Yep. There it is. Today, I'm the prosecutor. Okay. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert?
Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing?
I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. Huh? 1 day earlier. Leife. She looks so different from the other two sisters. Interesting. Age 18, Arcane Art Conjuration. Okay.
Miriam, you're back. Oh. Hello, Leife. How have you been faring? I heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I'm terribly sorry. That must have been an awful ordeal for you. Yes, thank you. But I've heard about your independent studies with the Crown Prince. Father's extremely proud of you.
Miriam just scoffed at the obvious lie.
It's been so long since you've been back at the manor. I was thinking that we could have some tea together in the garden before the guests arrive. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm already exhausted from the trip here. I think I'd like to rest in my room and prepare for the Lord's ball tonight. Okay. But let me know if you change your...
Leife wasn't even finished before her sister walked past her and entered her room. Severed ties. I feel so out of place here. Despite my clear issues with Wyvern Guard's upper class, I'd somehow found myself at a party filled with them. I hardly recognized anyone, but from all the looks I was getting, they clearly recognized me.
Why are you in the corner by yourself?
Can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. Everyone's... I lost my train of thought.
I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think?
Oh,
it's that bad, huh?
He says with a smirk on her face.
What am I supposed to do when he looks at me like that?
Oh, well... She's both happy and upset? Okay. No, you look stunning, beautiful, breathtaking? Several words came to mind, all of which would be mortifying if I said them out loud. Good. You look good.
Oh, I look good?
That's a start. It's almost as if she had the ability to read my thoughts. She couldn't actually do that, could she? I mean, I had the ability to read people's minds, so logic would dictate that I'm not the only one. What if she could read my mind? What if she was reading it right now?
Am I interrupting something?
Miss Tymora? Celeste and I quietly stepped away from each other when my mentor suddenly appeared.
I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with the Duke.
I spotted Miss Tymora's client following behind her. It was hard to read her. The Eye of Horus couldn't glean anything from her mind. Her poise barely shifted. She carried herself with the grace of someone who didn't seem easily rattled. Her expression was calm, yet distant. Even when we made eye contact, it felt like she was just staring through me. This was my first time meeting her, but she looked familiar for some reason. Hi, I'm Tyrion. I'm Miss Timora's ward. I extended my hand to shake hers. She seemed a little unapproachable. I hoped that I wasn't being too forward. Instead of taking my hand, she clapped her hands together and took a deep breath. What?
Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Oh.
I'm Beatrice. I've heard much about you.
Okay. A mysterious woman who seems to be related to House Frege, one of the Four Pillar families, currently working with Miss Timora to negotiate some kind of deal with William Frege. She shook my hand before looking to Miss Timora. I wasn't sure about the details, but my mentor was brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frege. There were many elements of that which I found puzzling, but my mentor was tight-lipped as always.
We're going to head to Frege's study. Can you two stay out of trouble while we're gone?
Oh, come on. It's not like we always go looking for it.
Yet you two always seem to find trouble anyway. Cuthbert, we're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You're going to meet some familiar and unfriendly faces.
Don't worry. We'll keep it low profile, Miss Timora. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Timora to the Lord's Ball? Huh. You know you can tell me anything, right?
Everything that happened in Arnax made me think about things. Every noble in the kingdom attends this ball. I thought maybe whoever left me at my family's tavern would be here. But being here is starting to make me feel weird. The McCoys are my real family. Looking for the people who abandoned me feels wrong.
I don't think that's true.
Really?
I wouldn't be the person I am today without Miss Timora, but I still keep the memory of my mother close to me too. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand.
You think so?
I'm sure of it. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but...
Don't worry. I can find something to fill the time.
You're just going to play chess alone somewhere, aren't you?
Maybe?
You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something.
In a room full of nobles?
I'm sure they're not all bad. Arya's pretty great, right? Faster, too.
She had a point, but I was never really one to make small talk with strangers. I looked around the room of nobles. I recognized some of them from news articles I'd read over the years. There were also some people there who were around my age. They must have been the children of the noble heads. I could approach them. Chances were that one of them wouldn't be an arrogant pig. But the thought of everything that could go wrong was paralyzing. It's fine. I don't need more friends. I spend most of my time with you anyway. That's enough for me.
Well, I'm going to try to talk to some people.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Bro has no idea what he just said. Celeste left to mingle with some of the other partygoers. I was almost envious of how easily she could do that. I really wished I could strike up conversations with random strangers the same way she could. It was fine. She had her strengths, and so did I. But that only made me wish I could be there with her. Stop it. She was her own person. She was perfectly capable of handling herself. I need to find something to pass the time. My hand instinctively went to my satchel. I thought about bringing out my chessboard, but if I did that here, I'd just stand out even more. I should try to find somewhere where I can be alone. Each table had a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats at the tables were filled. It didn't look like I'd be able to play here. Several gold-tinted chandeliers hung from the ceiling of the ballroom. They looked fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irked me knowing how much wealth the Duke must have been hoarding to afford all of this. Alright. The hallway? This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. I could play on the floor. Oh. What the? As I was walking through the hallways of the manor, I suddenly came face to face with a large animal. What is that expression? It looks like it's sneering at me. What the heck? Before I could even realize what I was looking at, the creature quickly scampered away. Did someone leave a door open? I thought about telling someone, but the manor was full of nobles. I was sure that a servant would spot it eventually, and it wasn't as if anyone would believe me anyway. Either way, it would be best to look for somewhere else to play. The gallery. Oh? So the sword is still here at this point. I continued exploring the manor and found myself in a room with several displays. It looked like a gallery of some kind, but it was slightly out of place here. There were a few nobles in the room, and they were all silently appreciating the exhibits. William Frege must have paid a museum to display some historical exhibits for the Lord's Ball. There's a face I haven't seen before. Huh? He wore the vestments of an archaeologist, carrying 2 large satchels crammed with tools, maps, and other instruments. His hair was white and his skin was wrinkled, but he walked with the youth and spirit of someone who had a much longer life ahead of him. Although all of these features were far less notable than the monkey hanging off of his back. The small orangutan tilted his head as he looked at me curiously. When I looked directly at him, he hid himself behind the old man's shoulder, peeking at me from behind it. I'm Harold Haroldson. I'm the curator of this collection. Harold Haroldson. I mean, if we take that to be an intentional name, he's Harold's son. So, we've got Harold and his father Harold. Oh boy. I just find that amusing. Historian, age unknown, arcane art transmutation. Is that name a pseudonym or something? No. No. Okay, the leader of House Haraldson. He appears to be an archaeologist and historian. His noble house owns the Haraldson Hall of History located in Homrith. That can't actually be his real name. I see. Wait, as the curator of this museum, he must have known a lot of myths and history. I wondered, how much do you know about the myths and cultures of nations other than Wyverngard? His eyes narrowed. Even his monkey eyed me suspiciously. Even the monkey. I know you. Your name is Cuthbert, isn't it? It was never a good sign whenever someone recognized me. You're not exactly a friend of the nobility. I have to ask why you're here. I'm accompanying my mentor. He has business with someone here. He eyed me warily, but his stare didn't carry the usual disdain I received from other nobles. I swear on the Scaled Lord I'm telling the truth. The Scaled Lord is not someone whose name you should invoke so lightly. But it sounds like you're telling the truth. I just can't help but wonder why you're interested in the other nations, though. I needed to tread carefully. He seemed nice, but he was still a noble. The kingdom scoured any available knowledge on the other nations. It was difficult to find anything on the celestial gods. But I didn't get many opportunities like this. Oh, he's just coming straight out with it. That is quite dangerous indeed. I'm trying to learn more about the celestial gods. That's not something I'd make a habit of telling people, especially someone in your position. I know, but it's been impossible to find any information about them. I really need to find out more. Can you help me? I can't exactly say no to such a curious mind. I'll help you the best I can, but don't let anyone know about this. Sharing this information is technically outlawed by the kingdom. This boy could put all of us in danger. Oh. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's one thing to ask this guy about that kind of thing, but... especially on just meeting him. Like, maybe if you get to know him a little better or something, then ask about it, but... just right off the bat? My goodness. We'll save the best for last. The pale metallic armbands. There are several magical runes carved onto them. Those are armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago. Centuries? That would mean these armbands predate the invention of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Frege created these to help them unlock the secret of magic. When worn by a creature, the creature's intelligence would be increased beyond the limits of an average human. Legends say that it was forged by a member of House Frege to further their study of magic. What's this? A painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Cuthbert. He was an alchemist and inventor from the nation of Arcturus. He's well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Keffer's research to create those constructs. I doubted he even created them. He seemed to be importing all of them from Arcturus and taking credit for their work. It's a painting of a researcher. That's Professor Matt Furland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What's that? It's the study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. Oh, isn't that convenient? That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. It turns out that those mages were able to use their magic in that space. Wait, how would that be possible? They would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When the two fields overlap, they cancel each other out. I've heard that it's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. Alright. A pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded in each of them. I call them the Earrings of Vitality. They're an artifact I found in the ruins of a large Luminite temple. Whoever wears these would have their lifespan increased tenfold. I'm sure it's just a legend, though. Did you read that from some ancient texts? Not exactly. I didn't even know that there were Luminite temples in Wyverngard. Almost all of them have been completely demolished by the kingdom over the years. A lot of Wyverngard's territory once belonged to the theocracy. The kingdom would have everyone forget that. Oh. When worn by a creature, that creature's wounds will slowly heal over time. Furthermore, its holder's lifespan increases tenfold for as long as they're worn. It's interesting that these are in a museum instead of, like, being used on someone. It's a lot of powerful artifacts. And, of course, the sword. It's a crimson red short sword. That's the sword of spell eating. Legends say that it has the power to nullify any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, but it has less than heroic origins. Wait. Okay, so Harold says that it nullifies any kind of magic, not just harmful effects. Well, but again, that's legends. And there was... yeah. In the evidence it said about it could be... or the user could be magically linked to other things. So... That is confusing. How does that work? Well, yeah, harmful effects. If it's just harmful effects, that makes sense. So yeah, it's probably the legends that are wrong, and it probably just nullifies harmful effects. Or maybe the user can somehow control it. They just don't know that. I don't know. It's said that this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Demons are terrible and powerful creatures. They exist solely to sow chaos and oppose the gods. They supposedly took great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Legends say that most demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. Many have theorized that a demon imbued some of that power into this sword. Yeah, when wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effect. Is it safe to put something like this on display? Don't worry. These displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I'd bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. Haroldson's security. Layers of abjuration spells. Even a highly skilled mage would have trouble breaking into them. Okay. Tell me about yourself, Sir Haroldson. So what's a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Lord Haroldson? Harold. Oh, okay, Mr. Harold. Harold. He was being really stubborn about this. It'd be best just to go with it. My apologies, Harold. The Duke of Finance invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. He must think it adds a semblance of culture, the Philistine. Dang. It's the Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Hamarth. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Dang. Small monkey. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? I looked at the animal, but he quickly avoided eye contact with me and hid behind Harold's shoulder. Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Oh, you cast familial bond on him. Surprised you know about it. It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Alright, familial bond. You know, I'm not sure how long orangutans live. Huh. Sort of curious about that. Yeah, telepathically communicate over any distance. See through the target's eyes. Any spells that affect the caster also affect the target creature and vice versa. The caster can cast spells from location of the target creature. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be after all. The Celestial Gods. Harold, what do you know about the Celestial Gods? I haven't been able to find anything about them. That makes sense. They're primarily worshipped by the people of the Theocracy of Lumina. That might explain why worship of them was outlawed. Lumina was the kingdom west of us, but I knew very little about them. All I knew was that we fought them during the First War of Wyverngard, and then later during the Great Luminite War. Hey there, Jeremy. Another shooting area. Girl from Otome Domain. I'm not familiar with Otome Domain. They've been Wyvernguard's long-standing enemy for a while. Simply asking about them could raise suspicions of treason. There are 9 celestial gods, each representing a divine domain in heaven. Deus, Odin, Machina, Horus. I'm sorry, one of them is named Horus? Yes, Horus the Lightbringer. He's the god of radiance and ruler of the 6th domain in heaven. I thought I just made up that name when I was younger. Horus was real? Wait, but didn't they find that out with doing some research in the Academy Library? And then I thought he was surprised about that later again, or maybe it was something else, I don't know. But yeah, we've already gone over that. Tell me, three roots, easy prayers for the draw skull, undercover the real. This is the other 2 roots. Ah, okay. Is something wrong? No, I was just thinking about what you said. Horus the Lightbringer. Could you tell me more about Horus? As I said, he's the god of radiance. The sun and the concept of light lie within his domain. Has he seen the badge? Oh, that's right, I gotta show him the badge. No, I haven't showed him the badge yet. He's also said to embody the virtues of truth, justice, and life itself. He's the enemy of lies. It was a little unnerving how much of a chord that struck with me. It also reminded me of something. Did that mean that naught could remain concealed from him? Tyrion. Oh my. Someone's certified attorney. Some legends claim so. I'll be honest, I only have so many texts available to me. My knowledge of Lumina is limited to their myths, and my requests to travel to Lumina have been denied for decades. There's a joke, present the badge as evidence. Oh, also an ace attorney? Nice. But there are many stories of his followers being blessed with the ability to see through lies and deception. Almost as if they had his eyes. But that didn't make any sense. I didn't worship Horus. I didn't even know who he was until tonight. Why would he give me this ability? No, I needed to think of this more rationally. The mages of Wyvernguard supposedly descended from people blessed by the Scaled Lord. Using that logic, could I have descended from people who were blessed by Horus? Are any of his followers established in Wyvernguard? Heavens, no. Illuminites are viewed as enemies of Wyvernguard. I'd imagine any known followers would have had unfortunate accidents befall them. That might explain why my mother never talked about him with me, but I'd really wished she'd left me something. If I have a badge, that would be the correct answer. It would be funny. But I'm not sure if it's influenced by anything that I do. But in every next case that I show the badge to the same people, they're like, oh my goodness, you're still showing me this badge? I've seen it before. Or do you ever get tired of showing people this badge? Beginning of all of the case, fingerprints, bloodstains found on your unconscious body on the badge. Celeste is like that. Yeah. I guess, I don't know if it's just Celeste. Oh no, Arya as well. Okay. Okay, you're showing it to someone else again. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the attorney's runestone is supposed to record stuff. Well, I guess some of the evidence we get. Yeah, like, in particular, I remember the chest from case 3. He took a picture of that with his runestone, I think. And that's how we got that picture to show in court. So it's not like we'd actually show the runestone itself and be the right answer, but we do get stuff from it. Yeah, it's a plot device. You're being awfully inquisitive about this. Why are you so interested in Horus and his followers? It's purely academic curiosity. X to doubt. He clearly wasn't convinced, but he didn't push the matter further. My attention was drawn to the earrings of vitality. They were supposedly an artifact from the ancient days of the theocracy. Harold, would it be okay if I took a closer look at these earrings? How presumptuous. I promise I'll be careful with them. I suppose I can make an exception this time. That is quite something to ask this guy. Like, again, we just met him like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, could you let me just check out these extremely valuable earrings in this heavily guarded display case? Although even more surprising is that he actually lets him look at them. My goodness. Also made the badge showing the job. Present the badge to someone in their file. Oh, this attorney used to present this badge all the time. Nice. I heard several magical locks disengage before he opened the display case and carefully pulled out the artifact. I laid my hands out so he could delicately place them in my hands. I carefully inspected the earrings. Each of them had a golden frame with a red luminous stone embedded at its center. They gleamed brightly under the artificial lights of the gallery, almost abnormally so. Wait, there's something engraved in these earrings. What? I could barely make out the text engraved on the golden frame. It was nearly microscopic. I lie at the beginning of illumination. I lie within eternity, and I cannot be found in shadows. Displaying more curiosity than anyone else. Yeah, that is probably a big reason why he's letting us check it out. He did say that nobody's really cared about them in years. I mean, as an archaeologist, he wants people to be interested in the stuff he finds. 4.1 Honkai Star Rail character, Ash Valley, or Ashvale. Monkey narrating lines from his use of detective. Oh my. What am I? Oh, okay, it's a riddle. I lie at the beginning of illumination. I lie within eternity, and I cannot be found in shadow. What am I? I mean... I would almost say light, but I lie at the beginning of illumination. But I lie within eternity, can I be found? Unless it's just like Horus? But cannot be found in shadows. That wouldn't really work. But I lie within eternity. Within eternity. Is that literally or figuratively? The sun could be? Maybe? I feel like it's gotta have something to do with Horus, though. Since this is a relic of his religion. Sun could be eternal. I mean, technically, the sun's not eternal. But for all intents and purposes, it is. Light isn't always there. Yeah. I don't know. Any ideas, Tyrion? Or Harold? A riddle? Oh, what's the solution to this riddle? I mean, it could be the god of radiance, but maybe the light of creation? Or what if it's the letter I? I'm thinking the lights of creation? No, well, no, I don't know. What's the riddle again? I think I screenshotted it. Yeah, there we go. I lie at the beginning of illumination, I lie within eternity, and I cannot be found in shadows. Oh, it is the letter I. I lie at the beginning of illumination, the first letter I. I lie within eternity. There's an I in eternity. I cannot be found in shadows. There is no I in shadows. It actually is the letter I. Yeah.
Maybe.
Lamau. Lamau indeed. It's the letter I. Illumination starts with I. Eternity contains I. And there's no I in shadows. Oh. The earrings suddenly lit up, blinding light washing over the gallery. I felt the ground disappear from under me. Felt like I was floating in water. I should have been shocked and surprised, but this sensation somehow felt familiar and nostalgic. Is the god of creation talking, or not creation, the god of radiance talking to me? Is this Horus? You've strayed very far from home, young one. A voice rang out from all around me. It felt like bells ringing and reverberating inside my head. You're not much of a warrior, but maybe a warrior isn't what's needed to dispel the encroaching shadows. That light within you, why is it so reminiscent of my fallen friend? Oh, fallen friend. Well, then maybe it's not Horus. Could this be another god talking to him? What are you talking about? Who are you? I suppose it doesn't matter from which spark that flame came. It burns bright within you like that of a burning star. Go forth and walk the path of radiance, my heavens born. Huh? Divine edict. Divination, prayer of truth, gesture none, duration instantaneous, concentration no. Divine invocation to manifest any covenant written in blood and spirit. All will be revealed whether said covenant was forged in heaven or hell. Mr. Cuthbert, are you okay? What? What just happened? All I did was blink. I suddenly found myself back in the gallery, as if awoken from a dream. You were just standing there, staring at nothing. Didn't you see that blinding light? There was that loud voice, too. I didn't see anything. May I see those earrings? Right, of course. I don't see the engraving you were talking about. I know it's small, but it's right. As I took another look at the earrings, I realized that the riddle had disappeared. The golden frame was smooth and unblemished. It was as if the text had never been there. What? Was I just seeing things? I doubt you hallucinated such a specific riddle. Am I being pranked? Did someone from the Historical Society put you up to this? No, it was... What was going on? Did that riddle have something to do with the Eye of Horus? I hoped Celeste's investigation was going better than mine. Huh? Are we back with Celeste now?
How dare you insinuate such a thing? I wasn't trying to insult you. I just... Enough. If you try to speak with me again, I'll have you arrested for harassment.
The noblewoman stormed off in a huff. Celeste just let out an exhausted sigh. Every conversation she'd tried hadn't gone any differently.
This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What? Did you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they've engaged in adultery. Oh, hey Arya. I'm surprised to see you here. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly just raises more questions, but I'll take your word for it. I don't know if it's any of my business, but you should think about whether this is what you truly want. What? I understand wanting to find out more about yourself, but getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I should know. I just want to know more about where I came from. It might help me understand all this weirdness inside me. I don't think you're weird at all. I quite enjoy your company. Aw, really? I'm sure Mr. Cuthbert feels the same way. Really? Is something wrong? No, it's just that... Actually, what do you think about Tyrion, Arya? Well, he's a remarkable attorney. His deductive skills are incredible. Frankly, I'm a little envious of his talent. I'm loath to admit that Ruby Tymora has taught him well. I meant as a person, Arya. I only know him in a professional capacity. But don't you notice how much he cares about people? I suppose he's quite dedicated to his job. But it's not just a job to him. He really cares about his clients and helping them. It doesn't matter how much danger he puts himself in. It doesn't matter who threatens him. He just keeps going. It's honestly kind of annoying. He won't back down from anyone, even the Four Pillars. Ever since he indicted Pierce, someone has been sending people into Tyrion's home. I'm good at my job, but I'm worried I'm going to slip up one day and let him get seriously hurt. I am sorry about that. I wish I could do more to help you with that. It's fine. It's my responsibility to protect him. Have you ever told him how worried you've been? I don't...
Alright then. I've got crab lasered from out of nowhere.
I don't want to stop him from doing what he's doing. And I don't think he'd even listen if I did. That's what makes him who he is. He's helping a lot of people. He inspires them too. He's amazing and courageous and caring and sweet and... Celeste? No, I don't know. Things have been really weird since Aranax. I've been meaning to ask about that. Did something happen during Dracogen's trial? We kinda slept together.
Celeste! Phrasing! Phrasing! It's true. I mean, yes, but... Darn it, Celeste.
Before marriage? No, not like that. We just slept in the same bed and held hands.
Oh my goodness, that's even worse!
Before marriage?
What? Classic. Oh my. Well, you have 67.7k.
I suppose everyone has different levels of libido, but you shouldn't be so reckless. Arya, I'm not going to get pregnant from holding Tyrion's hand. Even so, I'm not sure what kind of woman you think I am. I do not wish to indulge you in your lecherous tales of illicit...
Oh my god, they're leaning so heavily into the meme. I can't.
I do not wish to indulge you in your lecherous tales of illicit hand-holding. Oh, like you never wanted to hold Aster's hand or anything like that? I would never. I only have the utmost respect for him. Come on, I was there at the refinery. It's obvious you like him like that. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? Do you honestly think I'd fall for such an obvious lie?
Amazing.
What are you falling for?
Arya's entire body whipped around to face her fiancé. She almost tripped as she stumbled backwards. Her voice started to break into a soft, high-pitched whimper.
Your Highness.
Celeste noticed how Arya's eyes were frequently darting between the Crown Prince's face and his hand. Small child. Hello, small child. Occupation Prince. Age 7, Arcane Art Evocation.
Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind.
Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. After my otherworldly encounter, I decided to head back to the ballroom and wait for Celeste. I was able to find a seat somewhere, and it gave me a chance to think over what had happened. I'd solved some sort of riddle. It mentioned illumination and shadows. Oh yeah, I didn't get to show the badge to Harold. Oh, darn it. Yeah, might see him again. Horus was also the god of light, and those earrings were of Luminian origin. Those investigations going nowhere. True. Well, I mean, Tyrion did find something, actually. Yeah. I mean, it's not like he was really trying to investigate anything. He was just going off to play chess with himself. But accidentally came across some info. Yeah, Celeste's investigation, on the other hand, did not go so well, but she had some girl talk with Arya. Did my Eye of Horus react to them? Lord Haraldson had probably owned those earrings for years, yet he didn't see anything. And then there was this... Actually, I had no idea what this divine edict was. Was it a prayer? A riddle? An ability? A divine invocation to manifest any covenant written in blood and spirit. What did that even mean? This sounded like some flowery nonsense the Church of Bahamut would say. If it was some kind of spell, it was nothing like the arcane spells I've seen in compendiums. The descriptions of those spells were far more straightforward. Tyrion, please. Like, is she trying to talk to Tyrion, or is she... What is she doing? It just felt like the more I learned about myself, the more questions I found. Scaled Lord, how long had I been staring at that girl? Oh, he was staring at her, I see. He's like, why is this guy staring at me? My eyes just locked onto the first thing across the room, but it was clear she noticed me looking at her. I quickly looked away, but as I glanced back, she tried to flash me a friendly smile. She didn't look offended, which was a relief. I'd imagine any other noblewoman would use this as an excuse to have me thrown out. Actually, she seemed to be the only person in the room who wasn't disgusted by my presence. Maybe Celeste was right. I needed to learn to approach new people, and fate was giving me an opportunity. As I walked across the room, several nobles gave me the side-eye. She was surrounded by several attendants who moved to stop me from approaching her. However, she waved her hand to dismiss them. That was a good sign. Her attendants seemed to disapprove. They didn't raise any objections and left quietly. On a closer look, she seemed to be a noble of some renown, but she seemed to exhibit a modesty that most aristocrats lacked. She was actually quite beautiful. Not as beautiful as Celeste, but... what was I thinking? I shouldn't be objectifying them like that. I needed to keep my thoughts clear. I couldn't just... Yeah, so has he just been standing in front of her not saying anything for a while? Yeah. I realized I was just standing in front of her, silently having this conversation with myself. Oh, Tyrion. She looked confused. I needed to say something. How did normal people talk? Well, normally you would say hello, and then maybe apologize for staring at her. Could I say a formal greeting? Or would that just come off as pretentious? Maybe I should say something more casual, like Celeste would. I could make some kind of observation to connect with her somehow. Oh my goodness, my man, say something! Ah, come on, Tyrion, just say something. Hey, my fellow blood. I can't. What is that? Tyrion, please. Hey, my fellow blonde. What's going on? I can't. Oh. All right. This memory would haunt me for the rest of my life. Hello. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry if I was staring. I was just daydreaming, I guess. Oh, that's okay. I wasn't staring at you. That's not to say I wouldn't intentionally stare at you. Tyrion, what the hell are you saying? She's going to think you're a psychopath. Recalibrate. Change the subject. Social interactions occurred for the sake of engaging individuals in activities. What activity could you do, would someone do at the Lord's Ball? Would you like to dance? Tyrion, you don't know how to dance.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, my man. Also, what is Celeste going to think of this?
Hey, Aster, what do you think of Arya's dress?
It suits you well, Arya.
You look lovely.
Gross.
But I must say, Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. How did you get an invite to the Lord's Ball? I'm just tagging along for one of Ruby's jobs.
Ah, that explains why Mr. Cuthbert is here as well.
Oh, Tyrion's back? Where is he?
Oh no. Her eyes scanned the ballroom until she found Tyrion.
Who the hell is that?
Oh, I believe that's Lady Frigga.
That's strange. She usually rebukes most men who approach her. Oh, she does she? I guess Tyrion's special for some reason. He never told me he could dance.
They were stumbling along the dance floor. The Crown Prince watched as Tyrion stepped on Lady Freyja's toes several times. Oh. I don't think he actually can.
What would a Freyja want with Tyrion? She's up to something. Arya, what do you know about her?
Arya's still having a meltdown. Arya was still staring blankly at the Crown Prince. It looked like she was running through several calculations in her head, but failing to arrive at anything. Another misstep caused me to step on her foot. I am so sorry. I don't do this a lot. Or at all.
It's okay. At least you're...
He winced in pain as I accidentally kicked her foot again. It felt like I was slowly chipping away at that considerate smile on her face.
Perhaps you should follow my lead.
I carefully looked downward, watching to make sure I didn't accidentally parry her foot with mine. It honestly made it easier. Looking at her face presented its own distraction. I'm Tyrion, by the way.
Yes, I'm aware. You've been in the paper a lot recently.
Oh.
I'm Leife, of House Freyja.
Oh. Okay, the middle child of William Freyja. He seems conflicted between her father's death and Beatrice's arrest for his murder. He's much kinder than Miriam. It's hard to believe they grew up in the same home. Of all the people I could have approached, I chose someone from one of the four pillar families. But she didn't seem too bothered. Why would she agree to dance with me if she knew who I was?
I'm sorry for not bringing it up sooner. I can imagine you wouldn't want to associate with someone like me.
No, it's just that I had a run-in with your sister a few months ago. I don't think she cares for me that much.
And it sounds like we have something in common.
Dang. Before she could finish that thought, she suddenly froze. I almost tripped as I avoided stepping on her foot again. She was staring wide-eyed at something behind me. Her breathing was quickening, and her hand began to squeeze my shoulder. I turned to look and saw Beatrice storming through the ballroom.
Is that... I'm terribly sorry. I have to go.
Without another word, she quickly left, hurrying after Beatrice. Did the two of them know each other? Wait. Did he not know Beatrice's last name at this point? Because if he did, then he wouldn't ask why they, he wouldn't ask if they knew each other. Or would he? I mean, she's Ruby's client, so I figured he would have some background info. But maybe not? I don't know.
Ah, did you get snubbed?
Oh, thank the Scaled Lord. Someone I actually know.
So, who was that?
She wore her usual approachable smile, but I could have sworn something about her tone was louder than usual. Somebody's jelly. I was trying to talk to people. Isn't that what you told me to do?
Yeah, but I didn't mean that you should shoot your shot with a Frega. You're going to tell me how you pulled that off.
Do I have to?
Yes. Sit down. I snug you some bread rolls from the buffet.
Oh, have you tried them? They're amazing.
Yeah.
It really is you. Where have you been all this time, Beatrice? We've been so worried about you.
Really? It appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave. I've known for a while, but I still can't believe it. You're actually marrying her, aren't you?
You didn't leave me much choice. As the future king of Wyverngard, I have responsibilities. I doubt you would know anything about that. Wow. Dang. That's a rather scathing remark from him.
When did you suddenly start caring so much about responsibility?
I've always done what I had to for the people of Wyverngard.
I barely even recognize you anymore.
I'd certainly hope so, considering what I was like back then.
I've always done what was necessary to stay in control. But what you're doing to Arya, it's...
I know, but she's willing to put aside her disdain of me for the sake of Wyverngard. Beatrice be like, bruh, you don't even know. Prince still does not get it. Yeah.
9 hells. Do you seriously still not... Never mind. It seems that you're just as much of an oaf as you were before.
And your words still have such a unique way of cutting into me like a knife. I oddly missed that. Beatrice just scoffed at that. That is quite the look of disdain.
Oh my god, please say it again.
I really don't want to.
Come on, the look on your face gets better each time.
Hey, my fellow blonde. What's going on? Hello, my fellow kids. Celeste just started snickering to herself again. She started slamming her fist on the table, drawing some looks from the aristocrats nearby.
I can't believe it. I guess any line will work when it comes from you.
I'm just glad it's over. I looked like an idiot out there.
Hey, it's not over yet. You owe me a dance.
What?
Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this?
Before I had a chance to object, he grabbed my hand and started dragging me to the middle of the dance floor. Celeste, people are staring at us.
Who cares? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do.
She took hold of my other hand and pulled me into a waltz. Celeste, I have no idea what I'm doing.
It's easy. Just stop being so awkward about it.
That was easy for her to say. Alright, can you at least tell me what to do?
Well, first, you need to be closer to me.
With one swift motion, she pulled my body closer to hers. I don't remember being this close when I was dancing with Lefe.
Yeah? Well, I'm not Lefe.
He is very cute. And Tyrion's blushing.
Watch where I'm going and follow my lead.
You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
I see. I carefully watched the movements of her feet and tried to match them. Tyrion, how are you watching her feet? These CG for the store icon? Yeah, okay. I figured. I did see that before. It's nice. Or the library icon, yeah. After a while, we both fell into a gentle rhythm. I accidentally stepped on her foot, but she didn't seem to react at all. Was she being polite, or did she genuinely not feel any pain? I mean, it is Celeste. So, I doubt she even noticed.
You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me.
What?
Come on, look up.
I finally looked up at her, and she smiled back at me. Aww. It was embarrassing being this close, but every time I avoided her eyes, I found myself being drawn back into them.
Ah, there he is. The infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. He never turns away from challenging a noble, but he can't dance a step to save his life.
I was starting to become lightheaded for some reason. Was I sweating too much? I really hoped it wasn't visible. Every part of my body was tense, but I didn't want to break away from her. There was a comforting warmth behind all this. Things were always different with her. I let myself relax a bit more and continued matching her movements.
See, there you go. But
what is it?
You know the man is supposed to lead, right?
Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes.
Or maybe you just suck at this.
I'd forgotten what it was like to let go like this. It always felt like there was something to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a killer that needed catching. I'd been so caught up in trying to learn more about the Eye of Horus that I was ignoring other thoughts I'd been having. I took a deep breath. Can we talk about what happened in Arnex? Oh. I felt her arm tense around my shoulder. It was weird, wasn't it? Us sleeping together? Or, I mean, I know we didn't sleep together, but I was nailing this. I was absolutely nailing this. Oh, Tyrion. No, I get it. It wasn't exactly professional. Yes, exactly. It was very unprofessional of me. Even if it was an accident, I'm worried that I overstepped my boundaries as your employer. Well, Ruby's my employer. You're different. Wait, what? I thought she said before that Tyrion was her employer. Different? How? Oh, She seemed to think about it for a moment before she sighed to herself. I guess you're the only person who doesn't treat me like a monster. Because you're a mage? Come on, Tyrion. You've seen me fight. I know you're just being polite about it, but it's off-putting, right? It really isn't. What are you talking about? Really? It doesn't freak you out whenever I beat up a crowd of thugs in an alleyway? Or how about last night when I ragdolled that thief trying to break into your house? I was honestly more impressed by that than anything else. Stop being nice about it. I know it's not normal. Something inside me really enjoys fighting. I love it, but I also hate it. Every time someone's seen me fight, they start looking at me like I'm some kind of bloodthirsty freak. Even my parents used to look at me like that sometimes. I'm really sorry if I've ever looked at you like that. It's the worst part. You haven't. I never know what you're really thinking. You always charge headfirst into danger without a second thought. This whole kingdom is rotting with corruption. I don't get how you can be so hopeful and optimistic all the time. I really admire you for that, but sometimes it feels too good to be true. It makes me wonder what's really going on inside your head. You're really passionate about protecting the people you care about. When you fight, I see someone who cares deeply. You love the people around you, so much so that you're driven to stop anyone who threatens them. You make it all look so effortless. I don't think I've ever met anyone as strong as you. I thought you were always proud of that. It's one of the things I've always admired about you. I saw a smile curl on her lips as her face became flushed. You know the truth about me. I'm not some idealistic hero. I'm just a dumb, traumatized kid who thinks he can save everyone. We both stayed silent for a while, simply moving to the beat of the music. Tyrion, I didn't mind being unprofessional with you. Will he take the hint? Oh, that's good. But only if you were okay with that. Would you be okay with things like that? Oh my goodness, Tyrion, please. Take the hint. I still wasn't certain about what she meant, or why she suddenly switched to the present tense. Tyrion, please! Was she trying to imply that she also wanted to? No, I couldn't rush forward before I had more evidence. I needed to be tactful and vague. Well, I appreciate some level of professionalism in my work, but with you, or that is to say that I'd like to attempt, that's not to say that I don't not want to only be professional with you. Wait, what? Not to say that I don't not want to... Brain overloading. Too many double negatives. Not to say that I don't not want... I don't know. Yeah, I'm with Celeste on this one. What? Scaled Lord, I just needed to say what I wanted to say. I've never felt this way about someone before. Oh. I don't know how to navigate this, but I want to, if you're okay with it, could we try... Oh! I suddenly heard the footfalls of several knights behind me. Celeste's eyes widened, her lips pursed. Confused, I began to turn my head to see what the commotion was, but she just grabbed me by the chin. Hey, why don't you finish that thought first? Yes. Please, Tyrion. Ah, darn it, Orem. Why is it always Orem? Beatrice Frege. Did he just say Beatrice Frege? I think something's happening. Nope, it's just Orem. Turns out he's just an absolute monster on the dance floor. Oh my goodness. This whole situation. Oh my goodness. I am losing it. Well, that just made me want... That just made me want to look more. By the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, you're under arrest. Seriously? Now? We should go see what's happening. Yeah. Oh, darn it, Orem. Bro ruined the perfect moment. Not only is he bad at his job, he just ruined the perfect romantic moment. My guy, what are you doing? Darn it, Orem. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frege. I can't really do that, Your Highnesses. As we approached Beatrice, we saw the two princes standing between the Inquisition and Beatrice. Your Highness, what's going on? The Crown Prince scanned the room. Everyone's eyes were on him. He leaned toward me and spoke in a hushed whisper. It's William Frege. He was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders came straight from Steelwind. Lady Steelwind sent you? Beatrice cursed under her breath and clapped her hands together.
I should go with them.
Hmm. Does she always say something when she claps her hands? I feel like that's not the first time it said that she cursed while clapping her hands. I find that a little bit suspicious.
What? No.
My brother is right. They have no right to...
We're causing a scene, and I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened.
Okay.
What? You can't just let them take her away.
Brother, she's correct. It is not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom.
But...
However... Yes, Your Highness. Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Okay, Beatrice's blindness. Okay, modified terms. Anyway, we're going to need you to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through.
Please, I'm not a child.
Beatrice walked past the knights and toward the foyer. It appeared that she already knew her way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right. Inquisition, move out. It seemed to be just my luck that a night like this would end in a murder. What the hell is going on? I can't believe they kept us here until noon. The Lord's Ball had already run well into the night, even before the murder occurred. I wanted nothing more to catch up on my lost sleep, but I'd made a promise to the Crown Prince.
After her meeting with William, she was with my brother and me the entire night. He couldn't have stolen the sword of spell-eating and have murdered her father. Of all the people that could have done those two crimes, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Steelwind was never one to abuse her authority. There had to be a reason behind the arrest. Not to mention that the sword of spell-eating had been stolen. After what Harold had said about it, I was uneasy about it going missing. Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I doubt that will be necessary. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure that she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. What's wrong? I'd like for you to investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert. What? But we just told you that Miss Tymora will... I know, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. She was a dear friend? They must have known each other since she was a Frege. But why would Miss Tymora, of all people, represent a member of a Pillar family? Lefe also seemed like she hadn't seen Beatrice in a long time. It was as if she'd spotted a ghost. Looks for Arya, yeah.
Yeah, the Crown Prince taking Beatrice's side on this. Oh yeah, clear that Esther's marrying her for political reasons. Yeah. Well, but at the same time, he does care for her, and like, he admires what she does and all that. I mean, I think he does have feelings for her, but like, it is because of political reasons. So, like, he just thinks that he's forcing her to go with him. I just feel like he'd rather marry Beatrice, at least cares more for her. Maybe, I don't know. I'd say it's more of like, instead of going one way or the other, I think he's more in the middle. Or, well, with Beatrice, I guess they both knew that they liked each other, maybe? And like with Arya, he doesn't know that Arya likes him. So, like, he thinks he's forcing Arya to go along with this. So it's not like he necessarily favors Beatrice. I don't know. No choice and responsibilities, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the crux of it is, if he knew that Arya liked him, I don't think he'd be, well, I think he would be happy with their arranged marriage. But the reason that he's not is that he thinks that that she's being forced to do this. So, I mean, he'd also be happy if he could stay, or could have stayed with Beatrice, but it's just his royal duties don't allow that anymore. And she's been gone for 5 years, so. I mean, yeah, there's, I guess, at this point, maybe he is more partial to Beatrice. Yeah, I guess I do have to go with that. Yeah, at this point, he is more partial to Beatrice because they had feelings for each other. But yeah, I think a lot could change if he knew that Arya did have feelings for him. Potential relationship. He just has to realize its potential. Man. Yeah, Arya just needs to come out with it. Sort of like, well, Tyrion or Celeste, one of them needs to actually come out and say things. Darn it, Tyrion. He had the perfect chance. He fumbled it. He fumbled it so hard. My guy, please. Oh boy.
I can't believe this.
Celeste returned to the ballroom. She changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong?
The people in the coat room said that they couldn't find my sword.
Oh? What? Celeste went to get Or went to the coat room to change. She was told that her sword had gone missing. Someone else must have taken it. That's not good. She once told me that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms and crafted from the bones of a purple worm. It was potentially very valuable. Did someone steal it? Let's keep an eye out for it while we look around the manor. This might all just be some kind of mix-up.
I hope so. So... Can we continue what we were talking about before?
Oh, why was I so nervous about this? I just needed to tell her how I felt. How did I feel? It might be for the best that we focus on the investigation. My guy! What are you doing? Why are you like this? His Highness is counting on us after all. I was being a coward, but there was a kernel of truth to what I was saying. Yeah, but you're being a major coward there, bud.
Oh, okay. But we will be talking about this later.
Let's head to the crime scene. His Highness said that's where the body was found. Okay. Actually, before I start investigating, I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back in just a bit. There we go. Alright, I have returned. Okay, I'm just about to start investigating. We out here investigating some bullshit. Each of these tables has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Oh, it's less bad, yeah.
To be honest, it kind of looks tacky.
I'm sure their notion of aesthetics must fly over the heads of peasants like us. Hey Celeste, I'm not going to say anything about our relationship, but have you seen our badge, or my badge?
Ah, there it is.
Thanks for fixing my runestone. I was worried I'd have to buy a replacement.
Honestly, artificery is kind of fun. I kind of want to make something else.
Did you want to learn how to make small machines?
I was thinking more of a weapon.
Alright, alright. That sounds excellent. Just imagine the havoc you could wreak with an artificery-powered weapon. Be careful. Making magic weapons can be iffy with the kingdom's laws. Oh?
Well, it's a good thing I have a pretty good lawyer.
Those chandeliers look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune.
Banking houses are loaded, aren't they?
Nothing looks out of place.
Repairing Arcanum.
No magic traces. Investigation. Are you worried about your missing sword?
No. Well, yes, I am worried. But I'm sure it'll turn up eventually.
She was trying her best to hide how worried she was. I knew how important her sword was to her. Hopefully it would turn up somewhere in the manor. Hopefully not as like the murder weapon. Okay, next lead. Where should we go next? The body was supposedly found in the Duke's study on the top floor. We should probably start our investigation there. The gallery? Oh, hold up. The intelligence bracelet's gone. Huh. We'll see that later. I arrived at the crime scene and saw the usual swarm of Inquisition knights. However, there were also some members of the Kingsguard alongside them. They must have been working together since the victim was the head of a pillar family.
I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. I thought Ruby Tymora was defending this case.
Prosecutor Steelwind approached us as we entered the study, and she was followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Huh? Is this after she'd been attacked?
Wallace, what are you doing here? He's here as my aide for the investigation.
I didn't doubt Wallace's abilities, but why would Steelwind need his help? Anyways, we're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. He hired us to investigate this case independently.
I see.
Oof. Yeah, Ari's feeling it there.
I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you.
This whole situation was strange, but our goal remained the same. Steelwind should be able to tell us more about what happened. But first, have you seen this neat badge? It means that I'm an attorney.
Your runestone is still in good shape, I see.
Only because Celeste is really good at repairing it.
You never told me you could work with artificery. I just started learning about it a month ago. Really? What's wrong? It's nothing. How does she have so much raw natural talent?
What's wrong?
The entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white.
Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere.
I won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find while we're here.
Okay, but are there any other kinds of magic?
Preparing Arcanum.
There's a pool of blood and a chalk outline where the body must have been. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. The Duke must have done his work here. The bookshelf filled with books.
I wonder what kind of books the Duke owned. Blah, blah. Wait a minute. They're all blank.
All of his real books seem to be on the floor in his desk. Huh? There's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through here?
No. The window didn't open, and the glass was magically reinforced.
Painting of some sort of scholar. There's some text on it. Rook Resingar, economics scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook, due to his ability to cook the books of the four pillar houses.
Oh. Rook the Cook. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that.
What about Crimson Demon?
Not that one.
Okay, the books. There are several books about economics and politics. Doesn't look like there's anything of note. Why are they on the floor? It's a fireplace. Did the murderer have entered through here?
That wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it.
Another chandelier.
This room probably costs more than my family's tavern.
Hey Arya, I don't suppose you would know anything about Celeste's missing sword.
Steelwind, did the Inquisition happen to find my sword anywhere? Your sword? I can't say I've heard anything about it, and I'm sure the Inquisition would have recognized it.
Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find it somewhere.
Yeah.
Alright, the murder? What can you tell me about the murder?
William Frege was found dead in his room after the lockdown was lifted.
Wait, lockdown? What lockdown?
From what we can tell, his throat has been slashed open with a letter opener.
The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed.
It was expertly done. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. Here's the autopsy report, if you want a detailed description.
Okay. Illusion magic. Were you able to find the murder weapon?
Yes, it was a letter opener opened by the victim.
Or owned. Owned, yeah. The murderer must have found it in his room and used it.
There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if something crushed the handle using tremendous force.
Huh. Must have been owned by the victim. The handle was completely shattered. Would have taken a tremendous amount of force to crush it like that. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? Lockdown? You mentioned that there was a lockdown. When did this happen?
You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet.
They actually succeeded for once.
But everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you?
Oh. Anyways, you said that the Duke's body was found after the lockdown. Was the lockdown triggered when the sword of spell eating went missing?
It didn't just go missing. There was clear evidence that someone had broken into one of the Heraldson exhibits.
So there was also a theft last night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy?
The systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevented people from leaving or entering the manor.
So not all of the rooms were locked. But what about this specific room?
This room does have abjurative wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. In addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor.
Okay. Counteria. Concentrating. While concentrating on this spell, caster forms a 10-foot radius sphere that nullifies all magic within it. The spell effect that enters the sphere instantly dissipates. Excuse me. Any mage that tries to cast the spell will fail to do so. Okay. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect.
I'm sure you noticed the several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produced an anti-magic field during the lockdown.
Okay. Creates magical barriers to prevent anyone from leaving or teleporting out of the building. Also anti-magic field over the entire place. Anyone physically or magically connected to the Sword of Spelling would be immune to the effects of the anti-magic fields. So one could cast magic during the entirety of... Oh, so no one could lock... So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown? Not exactly. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. Oh, my dog barking for whatever reason. Okay, looks like she stopped. Okay, stolen artifact. Can you tell me more about the theft? Who reported it?
After Lord Haraldson reported what had happened, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it, but it was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom, and that led them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. The Kingsguard moved to arrest her, but His Highness ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended.
But then they found the Duke's body.
Correct. We believe that she had used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into the Duke's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife instead of a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon.
So she's not just being implicated in the Duke's murder. She's also being charged with stealing the Sword of Spell Eating. But what possible reason would she have to do either of those crimes? And how could she possibly carry out all these crimes if she was blind? Duke in the study. Since the body was found here, was the Duke locked in this room during the lockdown? Oh no. Okay. Button broke, yeah. I'll just have to... I didn't save recently, so I'll just get through this conversation, save, and then restart the game. You know? Oh wait, can I? Oh, menus, there, yeah. I'm trying to hit a different button, but it didn't work. Okay. My A button still works for that. And that. He just doesn't, for whatever reason, doesn't continue this. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Yes, William Frege knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood. He locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was Leife. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night.
When did this happen?
It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 a.m.
I see. She was the last and only person to talk to him. That's suspicious. Lefe must have been the last person to see William Frege alive then. I was already acquainted with her. She might be able to tell me more about the Duke's actions that night. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor?
I do. Would you like a copy?
Please and thank you. Okay, floor 1. The ground floor shows the map, the rooms relevant to the case. Floor 2. Okay. Witnesses. Were there any other witnesses aside from Lefe who saw the Duke that night?
There was someone who heard the altercation, but it's not much to go off of. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. The air vent that connects to this room runs through that storage room. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through that vent.
What did this witness hear?
There were sounds of a struggle before he heard the Duke choking, presumably on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the Kingsguard of what he'd heard. That's when they discovered the body.
I see. Who was this servant?
I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes.
What? Why is Jan here? Huh. Well, he was gonna work with the two sisters. That's interesting. Well, I mean, taking care of a restaurant or bar or whatever wouldn't be as much as a whole school, so maybe he got a second job? Still, that's a little odd.
What is Jan doing here?
I never expected to see him again, much less here of all places. Did William Frege hire him after he was let go from the academy? Alright, Beatrice Frege. Steelwind, I really need to understand why you think Beatrice did this. She's completely blind, isn't she?
You don't know her as I do.
It just seems really difficult to believe.
House Frege has always thrived by politically maneuvering around the other pillar families. And...
excuse me.
And no one has embodied that more than Beatrice. In her years studying at the Imperial Academy, she didn't just excel, she dominated. She has an uncanny talent for understanding what people wanted, and she knew exactly how to use that to her advantage. During her first year, she had the ear of the student council president. By her second year, she had stolen his position from him, and she only gained more influence after that. It wasn't long before professors were deferring to her. Students would seek her favor. She even had her hands in the school board. In 4 short years, she had turned the Imperial Academy into her own personal empire. She's always calculating, and she knows exactly how to get what she wants. She was even arranged to marry the Crown Prince. Even now, I'm living in her shadow.
Dang.
What?
Did something happen to change that?
I won't speak much of it, but there was an accident. She was horribly injured and she lost her sight. I'm not sure what happened after that, but she later fled Frigga Manor and went into hiding. No one knew where she'd gone, and she ignored any attempts we made to contact her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Aster and I had seen her. And how did Miss Timora meet her? How indeed. A meeting. Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Timora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting. What could that meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Timora anywhere in the manor. As the defendant's attorney, I would have thought that she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. That was strange, but Miss Timora has always had her own way of doing her job. Perhaps she was using a different strategy. Anyway, I imagine that she met with her father to request financial aid. What makes you say that? I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. But that seems so unlike her. Was she truly that desperate? That's the only reason why she would speak with her father after all these years. It's also why I believe she was the one who murdered him. Think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. There was a lot to work through here. The prosecution was trying to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. But what would she have needed to do to carry out all of the actions described? We need to narrow down the time that the murder occurred. Huh? The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted. And Leife Freyja saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study, and she watched as the lock engaged.
Maybe.
Bird. Before or after? Before the sword was found. If we're assuming that the sword was used. No, if I assumed that Leife's testimony was correct, William Freyja was alive before the lockdown was triggered. Right. She only went to notify him then. Yeah, we're assuming that Leife's testimony was correct. So it occurred after the sword was found. Was the sword not used? Not only that, he said he would stay in the study for the rest of the night. Which meant that he probably never left his study. No? Okay, so it's not after. Heard after the lockdown? Well, yeah. Okay.
Alright, what do you want from me? The murder caused Beatrice's departure, yes. Sorry, excuse me, I had to sneeze. I'm derping here? But, well, I tried occurred after sword was down.
What if?
Or wait, did I try after the sword was found or just the lockdown? Okay, yeah. Probably never left his study. Did it occur during last night?
Maybe.
I don't get it. What? How am I derping here? I don't care if you just tell me the answer. Like, the murder must have occurred, if Leife's testimony was right, it must have occurred after the sword was found, after the lockdown. But then the sword wouldn't have been able to be used, so that's interesting. Huh? After lockdown started. Yeah. After the... Oh. Oh, occurred during the lockdown. I see. Yeah, I was... Okay. I was thinking... like, occurred after the lockdown started, but no, it's just occurred during the lockdown, yeah. 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 Derp. Derp. Derpity derp derp derp. Derp derpity derp. Alright. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. But that means that the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. Steelwind and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the sword of spell eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. Beatrice does illusion. Conjuration. I don't know if there's like a spell to pick a locked door or something, but nobody has abjuration. Okay. But that's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility. Or they could have teleported away the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. This room is enchanted to block teleportation. A spell like that wouldn't have worked. Right. I remember Miriam did something similar to her dorm room at the Imperial Academy. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant?
I'll admit that we did find small traces of illusion magic. But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course. It's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see them.
I feel like that's going to be important later. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. This means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the obdurative wards that protect this room. Aww. I had a thought. Do we have... Okay, we only have Familiar Bond, Anti-Magic, and Divine Edict. I feel like an illusion spell only lasts like 12 hours? Or was it like 8 or something? Hold up. I can check a previous case. Was that in case... Do we have illusion in case 3, or was that only case 2? Oops. Illusory disguise. No, that's only an hour. Well, major illusion. Duration while concentrating. I don't know. I don't think that would work, because it has to be moved by the caster. And it's a concentration spell, so that means you wouldn't be able to use anything else. I don't know, I have a suspicion that the missing sword is the key. Okay, bypass the obdurative wars of protect this room. Method of entry. The murderer somehow entered William Frega's study despite it being protected with obdurative wards. These wards magically locked the only door leading into the room, also prevent teleportation in and out of the room. Possible to temporarily nullify these wards with a Sword of Spell Eating. Alright, the next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frega. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. took the murder weapon. In Frega's study? I mean, we're just assuming that it was taken from his study, right? The letter opener. It would be in his study. Okay, that's what we've been saying this entire time. Why was that a question? Okay. Making me second guess myself. Right. The letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would have implicated them. So they decided to use it and leave it here afterward. But that leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? Beatrice Frege is completely blind.
What if?
Even if she were somehow able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter the Duke's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of it makes sense. The Beatrice Frege is completely a mystery, yeah. I feel like her clapping is something important, but I don't know what exactly that would be doing. I mean, we already saw that Tyrion looked into Beatrice's mind and saw something. So he was against Ruby defending her. So, like, is she guilty? Or is he jumping to conclusions? But yeah, that just makes me more suspicious of Beatrice. You know what? I'm gonna take another look back at illusion spells. Oh, there we go. It's illusory disguise. No gesture. No gesture. Oh, it's revive. No gesture for illusion. So it's not like she's casting an illusion spell. She doesn't need to make a gesture. If that was the case. Unless it's a spell that I don't have yet. Or haven't seen at this point. Thinking she might not be blind and making, like, maybe she could be applying an illusion to herself every time she claps. But yeah, I don't think that's it. I don't know. She could be doing something else though. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. I don't know. It is a mystery. I overthink a lot, I do. I mean, sometimes I'm right on, but sometimes, yeah, I just overthink a lot. It just makes it more interesting. I never know if I'm going to be right or not. None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all of this. You
do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert.
Look, I understand that she's probably really intelligent, but it just seems impossible.
If there's anything I know about Beatrice Frege, she can turn impossibility into inevitability if she wants to.
Well, I guess we'll see. But,
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert?
What's wrong?
What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty?
What? I tend to have an insight into these sorts of things. I've never been in that position.
I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but why don't you humor me? What would you do if they were guilty?
I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer.
And if no one else would represent them?
I don't know. It would definitely be a difficult choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I don't think I could stand by and let a murderer escape justice. Why do you ask?
No reason.
Okay. Anyways, she'd made her stance clear. I still had a lot of leads to follow up on. Not sure what to think about that. I mean, I feel like I've heard of at least one reason before that lawyers represent people even if they're guilty, but I can't remember what that reason would be. And then, if you look at it from sort of how Arya's been doing for the entire game so far, like, she does the prosecuting, well, she gives it her all to prosecute so that they bring out the entire truth. Make sure they're given a fair judgment instead of being an scapegoat. Yeah. I mean, if they're a scapegoat, well, that's true. I was gonna say, if they're a scapegoat, then they know they're a scapegoat, but they wouldn't really tell you because they're a scapegoat. They're meant to be used and thrown away. But so they would tell you that they committed the murder even if they didn't. Well, I mean, in this situation, we're talking about somebody that, like, is the perpetrator, not just somebody being used as a scapegoat. Oh, wait, only receive a fair judgment? Okay, I sort of see what you mean. Like, instead of being charged with more than they deserve, they get exactly what they deserved. Judgments aren't exactly black and white, yes, no. Yeah. Yeah, there are varying punishments and everything. Okay. Yeah. So there are reasons for somebody to be represented. Although, in that case, you have to hope that the prosecutor's a good one, too. Yeah, it do be a tricky situation. Okay, so there's nothing else here? I mean, we talked about a whole bunch. Hey Arya, you know anything about Divine Edict? What do you know about Lefe? What's your impression of Lefe Frege?
She tends to keep to herself, so I don't know her very well. After Beatrice left, everyone assumed that she would be the one to inherit House Frege. I'm sure that was a difficult burden for her to bear.
Miriam is... Yeah, Lefe is the middle child. Miriam's the youngest. Yeah, Beatrice's illusion. I sort of wonder if she could have created some magic to see. That could explain the clapping. Also, there were traces of illusion magic on the body. Okay. Oh, there's so many places we could go. Into the ballroom. Traces of magic beyond Beatrice herself. I mean, yes, but we haven't really tried to examine her. Although I don't know if any of the investigators would, like, detect magic on her. But I'm saying, like, she could use illusion magic on herself and William Frege. Maybe not at the same time, because it's probably something that uses concentration, but I mean, if there was seeing magic, it would probably be concentration. But yeah, I don't know. I want to go to the gallery. Did she use magic on William, though? I don't know. I'm just thinking she's the only one that has illusion magic. And there was illusion magic on the body, so that's the only reason I thought that. We returned to the gallery and saw a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene of the theft. I didn't see Mr. Haraldson anywhere. The Inquisition must have still been questioning him. Wallace also has illusion? That's true. But... oh, yeah. I guess he does have a few illusion spells. Yeah, they're not locked into a specific school of magic. I guess it could be anybody. Right. I don't know. Is it me or does the wall look splotchy? The case is completely shattered. The thief was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. Huh. Well, maybe it's just like the light arc. Sort of gets darker there in the middle, in between them. Okay, the painting of a researcher, Matt Furland. Yeah, I saw this already. Oh, what is that? I have no idea. Hey. Yeah, he's the one that did the overlapping magic fields, right? So then why is Tyrion saying, I don't know? Scientist, Luke Keffer, Nation of Arcus, yeah, intelligence and automatons. Intelligent automatons? Like arcane constructs? Von Sanctus was importing a bunch of them from Arcus for his plans in Aranax. The technology for those constructs is probably invented there. The display case that held the armbands of intellect is empty. The display case holding the earrings of vitality is completely untouched. Whoever stole the artifacts ignored it.
Reparium Arcanum.
Huh? Well, abjuration, yeah. Oh, there are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is the school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Someone must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Right, because this is before the anti-magic field. So they would be able to use evocation. Well then, if it's evocation... Who has evocation here? Arya? Nobody but Arya. And it sounds like it's a pretty powerful spell, so I doubt that would be somebody multi-classing. Well, I mean, illusion spells are more minor, but yeah, like something like this, blasting through multiple layers of abjuration magic, gotta be pretty powerful, and that's probably something that's harder to multi-class. Storage room. This music. So goofy. We entered the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connected to the Duke's study. When we come across a person lying on the floor... Oh my goodness, is it Jan?
What? Wait, Jan, is that you?
Oh man, what's with all the noise? I was having such a good nap, too. Mr. Hughes. Oh, it's you two.
Why are you taking a nap in the storage room?
Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. And I spotted Lucio Steelwind in that room with the nice couches. No way am I sleeping anywhere near that guy.
Lucio Steelwind was here? I'm surprised someone like him would attend the Lord's Ball.
Anyway, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. You think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? My nap's ruined anyway. Hey Jan, check this out. I feel like we've done this before. Sorry, did I already show you my runestone at the academy? I'm not sorry. Oh, probably. You know what they really need to make? A runestone that can instantly clean any surface. Why would an attorney need a function like that? Darn it, Tyrion. People use runestones for things other than attorney business.
Reparium Arcanum.
It's an air vent that leads into the Duke's study. Supposedly, Jan heard the altercation between the Duke and his assailant through this. There are several boxes in this room. I think there's many more than several, but okay. They appear to contain various cleaning supplies. Ladder. It's a step ladder. I agree. Yes, this ladder is made of ladder. Alright, I think that's all to examine. So you're working as a servant now? Ace Attorney reference? Oh? What reference is that? That's one that I don't remember. Or, well, don't remember hearing before. Not exactly. I was a part of the catering staff. Ugh, I'm yawning trying to mimic Jan's voice. Okay, so I guess he does work with the twins. I thought he was like hired on here for some reason. Throughout the games, whenever there's a ladder, Phoenix and Maya argue whether it's a ladder or a step ladder. Wait, but what? Wait, what is the difference? What's the difference between a step ladder or a ladder? I guess ladder just like not one of the bendy ones, and then a step ladder is like if it has a second back to it thing. I don't know. Advertise one on screen. Nice. The twins started their own food business after Frigus threw us out of the academy. Right. Sorry about that. Yeah, the Frigus threw him out. Ironic that he's back working for the Frigus. The ladder, is the step ladder? No, the ladder. Yeah. You know, that almost sounds like the kind of argument I get into. Well, technically. Pushes up glasses. Actually. Things happen. I'm honestly glad I'm out of that place. Stepladder, I agree.
Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too?
Nah, they just contracted some staff to the Duke for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. I wondered how they felt about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold. The murderer. But yeah, and I mean, he probably wouldn't want to hire him back, but they must be making some good food, so... good for them, I guess. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? I mean, hey, look at us, we've been pulled into 4. Prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened.
Why were you napping here?
I had nothing else to do. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. After a while, the sounds of some kind of scuffle were coming through the vents. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard the Duke shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" That went on for a few seconds. Then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed.
Did you hear the voice of the assailant?
They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something.
Or they were trying to mask their voice.
Okay. Storage room.
Why did you enter the storage room anyway?
The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents. They just sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. So, I took a nap. Rats in the vents.
Rats in the vents.
Okay, Jen tried to track one down, followed to the storage room.
He only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. It was a small piece, but a piece nonetheless. Either way, it was time to move somewhere else. Rat? Rat familiar?
It's a lot of conjecture, but what if
Beatrice has a rat familiar? That would allow her to see. The rat could be spying on people from the vents and she'd see through the rat's eyes. I mean, that could be the clapping. Watch me get to the end and it's gonna be like, nope, that's really just a religious thing that she does. She just claps. Or religious, or superstition, or something, I don't know. After I put all this thought into it. Okay, check the only place left is Beatrice's room. Come on, Tracker. Where are you?
Achoo! As I entered Beatrice's room, I was assaulted by a large cloud of dust.
Some of it got in my eyes.
Oh? Lefe?
As my vision cleared up, I realized that there was someone else in the room with us.
Oh, Lefe. Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in.
No, there's no need to apologize. Hello, fellow blonde.
He's never gonna live this down. I really didn't need to be reminded about that right now. Hi. I'm really sorry for leaving so abruptly like that. No, I understand. My eyes wandered around the room. It felt really awkward for some reason. It was probably for the best anyway. I had no idea what I was doing out there. No, you were fine. I'm sure with enough practice you'll get the hang of it. I'd love to dance with you again. Most of the men who approached me during the ball seem to think too highly of themselves. I much prefer your company. Well, that will have to wait. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince to investigate what happened. Right. We were wondering if we could ask you some questions. Her posture became tense, which was to be expected considering the circumstances. Of course. I'd be happy to help. A psychological profile? I mean, I am a little suspicious of her. Let's see. Life Frega, Conjuration. Because she mentioned that William didn't really like her very much. She mentioned that through an offhand remark. She doesn't look like either of her sisters. I wonder if something happened there. People were thinking that... Did William like anyone, honestly? True. But people were thinking that she would take over after William's death. Whereas Beatrice was getting disowned. I mean, if we believe Miriam Frege, that happened 5 years ago. But it's questionable. Because, like Ari was saying, wait, was she saying that Lefe couldn't have been there? Huh. Why was she not there 5 years ago? But yeah, I almost wonder if something came up that would cause Lefe to do it. But then the question is... Why is Beatrice taking the fall for it? I don't know. Just to find myself a little more suspicious about Lefe as well. And then when we came in this room, she was looking for Cracker? Which, I mean, I don't know, that sort of sounds like that could be the name of a rat. Maybe she could have a rat familiar? Although I don't know why she would need one. Like, it would make sense for Beatrice because she could have it watch people and watch those people through the rat. But I don't know. Oh. A rat could make it through the vent. rat could get into the office through the vent. A letter opener might be large, or well, small enough for a rat to wield, like its teeth or something. That would also explain why it got crushed. Huh. And now nobody would have to go through the door. It was a closed room murder. But actually, I don't know. I feel like that has merit. So, yeah, and that would explain why he didn't. Well, no, a raspy voice. If it was a rat, maybe like squeaking or something. But yeah, William was confused about who it was. I mean, they could cover up their features, but if it was any of the daughters, I feel like it would be more likely to be recognized. Yeah, I feel like the rat theory has merit. But the question is, who does the rat belong to? Is it Leifei? And I mean, it's all just conjecture too. Alright, examine.
Repairing Arcanum.
Oh, wait a minute. Trace of transmutation magic under the bed. Oh.
I can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus.
What?
It's my sword. What?
I never knew her sword had a name.
So this is where it's been.
But why was it in Beatrice's room? She reached out to take it, but I blocked her hand. This was the room where they found the sword of spell eating. It's likely that the two thefts are related.
But why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords.
I know, but this could still be part of a crime scene. We shouldn't disturb it.
But
I'll talk to Steelwind. He can send some knights to guard it.
okay, fine.
There was definitely more to this, but what? Okay, yeah, I recognize the shape. Because that's a funky shaped sword. But why did they steal the swords? Why did they steal Celeste's sword? I mean, the evidence was right there that the death was caused by the letter opener. So why would they need to steal the swords unless it's for something else? That's weird. I got nothing on that. The highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm at the Imperial Academy. The dresser covered in a layer of dust. It doesn't look like it's been touched in years. The table for guests, but like everything else, it's extremely dusty. Exact same room asset. Yeah, I figured. I thought it looked very similar. This table in particular. I remember they were having tea or whatever. Okay, I guess that's all to examine. What did you see? Steelwind told us you were the last person to see William Frege that night. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior?
Well, he was extremely upset. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servants said that he demanded to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after Beatrice left. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. Probably busy making changes to his will.
Oh. Okay. This was a point of contention in the court. Although, he doesn't say who it was about. Now that was an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last?
It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 a.m. that night.
Okay. After meeting with Beatrice, retreated into a study, locked himself within it. Used to speak with almost everyone who tried to disturb him. The reason he spoke to his life, Frege. About the theft of the spell of sword of spell eating after 1 a.m. Through Leife's thoughts, you know that he entered the study to make some sort of adjustment to his will. And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study?
What? No, I have no idea.
Leife, is there something you're not telling us? It's important for us to know about your father's actions that night.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could be of more help, but I really don't know anything else.
Refuse to believe that's why he was killed. Oh? Well, this makes it sound like it's not her fault, like she's not the murderer. It's like, if you murder somebody, you probably know why you killed him. But... yeah. Yeah, so that makes her very unlikely. Allegedly. Not that I know or anything. He was clearly holding something back. If I could reveal what she's hiding through an argument, he might be more willing to cooperate. But I would need more information about William and his will first. Beatrice's room. This room is really dusty. Why hasn't anyone cleaned it?
I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her.
She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. That must have been 5 really long years. And what about the sword of spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room?
I'm not sure. Perhaps they knew that the servants were ordered never to enter this room. It's even possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice.
It didn't give me... I mean, it gave me some, but it didn't give me much. Was that like a 5th? Okay, William Frege. What can you tell me about your father?
My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant aristocrat and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father.
I see. Did he have any enemies?
As the head of House Frege, he controlled every banking house in Wyverngard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power.
Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he'd slighted recently?
There was Lloyd von Sanctus.
The ruling Lord of Aranax?
Yes,
I'm sure you remember him.
his reputation plummeted after Drakengen's trial. My father took that as an opportunity to slowly take control of Von Sanctus Industries. From what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that.
With things as tense as they were, I doubted that he'd get himself involved in another murder. But I could never be too sure. No one spotted a cat walking around during the Lord's Ball, did they?
No, I'm certain there weren't any cats present.
He was oddly confident about that. Either way, it sounded like I would have to speak with him and get more details. But I really doubted that he'd even consider cooperating with me. Well, it seems like she probably owns a rat. Maybe the rat wasn't the one that killed him? The only other person with a familiar that we've seen so far in this case is Harold, which his small orangutan could probably fit through the vents, maybe? I don't know. And an orangutan's grip strength is a lot. So that could also explain why the letter opener was shattered. Or crushed, I guess. Although I don't know what motive he would have. But yeah, I don't think it's Lei Fei. I mean, I'm going with familiar through the vent, which is just pure conjecture at this point. But yeah, from her thoughts, it seemed like Lei Fei doesn't know why he was killed, so I just have a hard time believing it would be her. Alright, Beatrice Frege. What can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago.
Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But it was never enough for him.
What do you mean?
Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. But Beatrice was just as sharp as he was. She knew which threads to pull to get the results that she wanted, just like my father. Everyone thought that Beatrice would inevitably become the head of House Frege, but our family knew the truth. No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away everything she had built for herself.
The accident. Trademark. If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. He was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. I can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. Even on that hospital bed, he was still thinking of how to move forward. He was always calculating like that. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. He wanted to reduce her to a mere decoration for our home, just like he'd done to every other woman in our family. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing? No. No one had heard from her during that time. As much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I've learned everything I could for now. Time to move elsewhere. Wait, but the psychological profile. You know, in the middle of that conversation, it popped into my mind when we were when Tyrion first asked Harold about the celestial gods. Harold was like he thought something about Tyrion could get them all into trouble or something along those lines. So that does make him a little more sus if I consider that he could have possibly committed the murder. Like, maybe he's tied to the Eye Taker? I'm guessing Ruby has some job from the Eye Taker going on right now. I sort of wonder if this is a somewhat large conspiracy. Like, assuming this, or we'll continue with this theory. If Harold was the one who did it, like, he could commit the murder through his familiar. And then, to cover it up, they could make it look like Beatrice did it. But if Beatrice is in on it, and like they're working both sides of this, they could also make sure that she has an airtight defense. They take out Lord Frege. Well, I guess they don't get the magic sword, but there's that bracelet of intelligence that's missing. I mean, Harold wouldn't really need to do that. He could just get rid of them. Or, well, I mean, he could take the stuff in the museum for himself, I guess, because he owns the museum, I think. But this would be a way to make them disappear in a way that he wouldn't be suspect. Like, they did recover the sword. I guess they don't want the sword. And at the beginning of this, Ruby was saying something about, if everything goes well, they'll have all they need to take down the 4 pillars. I don't know. There's not a whole lot to connect them all. It's a possibility. All right. You have anything to say about the murder weapon? What can you tell me about this, Lady Frega?
My apologies. I don't think I'll be much help with that.
Yeah. Hey, did I show you my attorney's runestone? It shows that I'm a certified attorney. Miriam is something you didn't talk about also herself. Oh, yeah.
It's a runestone.
It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with them. They're truly a feat of artificery. Miriam has one for her studies. She's always so engrossed in it whenever she visits. Never talks to me.
Aww. Hey, do you know anything about Harold? No. Okay. Okay. Miriam Frega. What is your relationship like with Miriam?
My youngest sister? I actually don't see her that much.
Really?
Even though you're sisters? Our lives as nobles keep us very busy. We rarely have the chance to speak with each other. And ever since Beatrice fled the estate, she's been throwing herself into her schoolwork.
Oh, okay. And you yourself. You don't think you'll be much help with that? About yourself? Alright then. You know, she's sort of real for that. Nothing to say about the prince. What about the monkey? No? Well, Ruby Timora? No. Okay. I mean, we have already talked about William Frega, right? Yeah. That's not going to give me anything new. Maybe I can't get it right now. Maybe. I don't know. I feel, well, I thought I checked everything else, unless there's a new thing that popped up somewhere. Can you tell me about the anti-magic field? No. Armbands of intellect. No. Rings of vitality. No. I mean, we talked about the blindness, right? The accident. It'd probably just go back to like the accident stuff. Oh, what about the rats in the vent? No? We were looking for something or someone called Cracker. Unless I need to, like, go find Tracker or something. Assuming Tracker is a rat. Huh. Wait, is there another? Oh, the sitting room. Okay, I can go to the sitting room now, so yeah, maybe I have to come back for her. Isn't Lucio supposed to be here? I explored the manor further and found one of its many sitting rooms. And there, I spotted a very familiar face. Oh, freaking Von Sanctus. He was sipping a glass of wine, and his indifferent expression turned into a sneer the moment I entered the room. Oh, wonderful. As if my day could have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Aranax when my affairs are in such disarray. I hear that you've been busy since we last met. It must be difficult losing your empire to House Frege.
Tyrion, we do need his testimony.
Is that so? And what makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off of you, and with your reputation, you could probably use all the help you can get. How dare you? I'll have you know that I am still a respected member of the nobility. Respected? Is that why the papers keep talking about your plot to blow up Aranax? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what's left of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me. To be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a third time. All he could do was grumble under his breath. Very well. If it means I won't have to suffer your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions.
Preparing Arcanum.
I don't see any signs of magic. Painting of some adventures in a tavern. Ah, this must be Beatrice Frege the First. Beatrice. What the heck is going on here? Is that a cat person? Are there cat people in this universe? And is that like an Oni? That's somebody with a mask and the third eye in the mask. Or maybe a gem, I don't know. And then maybe a dwarf? Would just be a small man. Well, there's somebody with pointed ears. Is that an elf? So do we got fantasy races in this world? Because I don't think we've seen any up until this point, other than possibly dragons. Well, I mean, pretty sure the dragons exist. But yeah, I thought that maybe Eris could be a dragon. Not sure about that. When they mentioned about demons earlier with the sword, almost feel like that would be more fitting. I mean, they were saying about demons try to stir up all kinds of chaos, and that seems to be what the Eye Taker and Eris are doing. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Do they have any plans to continue this universe in another game? whether or not they continued Tyrion's story himself. Because they do sort of make me interested in the world building. Not sure? Alright. Fair enough. Oh, there is a sequel hook? Okay, okay. Yeah, the world building is interesting, and it feels like they could build off of it. Like, I feel like there's more room for other stories. I mean, there's still pace and a half left, but even with that, I feel like there's probably going to be a lot unexplored that they could explore in a sequel. The first? According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Wyverngard. She joined a band of adventurers who were traveling across the nation. It was difficult to imagine the Fregas coming from such humble beginnings. Uh-oh. Eris, please. Wait, what? Oh, the guy in the left corner disappeared. Oh, why? That's weird. Wait, what? What is it now? That muscular man in the corner. He just vanished. And it's interesting that Tyrion recognized that. He didn't recognize before. Hey there, Soap. This game is a turning that rough? No, it's no ripoff. I mean, it stands well on its own. But it is similar to Ace Attorney, yeah. It's like Ace Attorney in a magic world. We solve magical crimes and all that. Well, you play as a defense attorney, although in this one, it looks like we're going on offense this time. Objection! Overruled. What are you on about? There was never a man there. He's right. No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Celeste, please. If you don't believe me, who will? Maybe I was just seeing things. I really needed to sleep. I wonder if, oh, what even is it? I wonder if the Divine Edict has made him immune to illusions. That would be interesting. Wait, what does that say again? Manifest any covenant written in blood and spirit, all will be revealed, whether the said covenant was forged in heaven or hell. Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't really explain much about it. There's a chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk. The shelf filled with books. Fake books. They're completely blank. Does he really just have fake books lying around, or... I would almost wonder if the books had magic writing or something, but... would they be wiped away by the anti-magic field? I don't know. Just a weird thing. Maybe it'll make more sense later. People have fake books IRL too. Yeah, I mean, it's not too hard to believe that maybe he just wants to look smarter than he is, but at the same time, why? Well, I mean, I guess it helps with decoration. Yeah, maybe it's just a decoration thing. I mean, just sort of imagine the room without the bookshelf. It would just feel sort of empty. Helps pull the room together. So, I mean, it could be an intelligence thing, or it could be a decorative thing, or it could be both. I don't know. There's a door that leads to the coat room. I guess that... Oh, wait. Window. There's a window with a view of the outside. Okay. I think that's everything here. Von Sanctus's motive. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? Wouldn't you have a lot to gain from William Frega's death? If one only viewed things superficially, you might be right. But it's far more complicated than that. Von Sanctus, you see my runestone? Oh yeah. Gotta show him my runestone. House Frege controls the banking houses. They are the main pillars of support for Wyverngard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences, regardless of who inherits his house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frega's death. Main suspect. You mentioned that other people would benefit from Frega's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. But you just said that the Duke's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Huh. Do you think that brute cares about Wyverngard's economy? No. All that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. Oh, right. Oh, I can't read this. House Steelwind and House Frege have been fighting for control of Wyverngard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military has become far less valuable to the crown. The only thing House Steelwind has done was completely mishandle these recent insurrections. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the Crown Prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family. The death of William Frege is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind has been waiting for. That was definitely in line with what I'd heard about the Grand General. It wasn't as if he were a stranger to murder either. Could this have been another one of his assassinations? Not to mention, if our economy would suffer, it would slowly create civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the Crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. And I'm sure you can imagine how that might turn out. Hey, Von Sanctus, have you seen my attorney's runestone? It means that I'm a certified attorney. Why do you always show this thing to me? To let you know that there will always be people willing to stand up to you. You know Von Sanctus Industries manufactures those runestones, don't you? Ooh. Oh, that one's gonna leave a mark. He's gonna manufacture economic unrest so people will depend on him. So much projection. What? The kingdom distributes those to practicing attorneys. Where did you think they came from? My world had just been shattered.
Don't let him get to you, Tyrion.
But Maroon Stone.
Proves that you're a certified attorney. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It matters how you use it.
I guess you're right. Other suspects. It's clear you think Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain. Would have much to gain from this. But can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haroldson. Oh? A motive?
That can't be his real name.
But what would Mr. Haroldson possibly gain from Frega's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haroldson Hall of History.
Really?
Why would he do that? I'm not sure of the specifics. Supposedly, Lord Haroldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Wyvern Guard's history from his exhibits. Oh. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared he would be removing House Haroldson from his estate. I didn't want to suspect Mr. Haroldson, but I needed to examine every possibility. He had the easiest access to the Sword of Spell Eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. Beatrice? What can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client. Surely you would know her better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. It feels weird to be talking about Von Sankers like this and getting help talking to him. Yeah. I mean, well, it doesn't strike me as too odd. Like Tyrion said at the beginning here, he could just pull him up onto the stand. And Lloyd wants to avoid that, so he don't want no more heat. It was quite the scandal at the time, and Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Honestly, this situation is just an absolute mess. That woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return would complicate things? What did he mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please, don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine. If you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Lefe. Lefe? Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Lefe would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Lefe were arranged to be wed. Ross Von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm. You nobles are absolutely awful. I probably consider myself lucky I was abandoned. Think what you will. I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Leife has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Oh, and this might be the last piece I need to build up a profile for Leife. Okay. Arranged marriage, facilitated by William Craig and Lloyd von Sanctus. Von Sanctus be absorbed by House Frege, Jane inherit the entirety of House Frege. Leife knew how this marriage would affect the future of House Frege, expressed resistance, been stalling for time. Okay. Leife never mentioned any of this. As much as I hated to think it, William's death could have gotten her out of the arranged marriage. I needed to talk to her about this. Von Sanctus gave us a decent list of suspects. I probably learned everything I could from him for now. It'd be best to move and follow up on those leads. Alright. Okay. Although, before I talk to her again, need to go use the bathroom quick. I'll be right back in just a bit. Oh, Lloyd said anything about William? I'll check that as soon as I come back. Alright, I have returned. Okay. Check Lloyd about William. Go check that real quick. William Frege. Even in death, he still remains a thorn in my side. At least now he won't meddle in my affairs. Oh, okay. That's all he says. While I'm here, though... Anything else about these people? Okay. You just lost her father. What is wrong with you? William Frege may be dead, but his daughters must carry out their roles, lest their house's reputation suffers. Is that all you care about? The reputation of noble houses? What about justice? Justice? Justice is an illusion that you commoners fruitlessly cling to. The Frege family has always been influential, but with William's death, their power will be diminished. And with Lefe's reluctance to fulfill her duties, the Frege name will continue to suffer. You people are horrible. Yes, this guy sucks. There is no redemption for him. He's just a pure Scrooge. What do you think about Harold? Oh, himself? Oh, okay, he just talks about that again. Yeah. About Harold. Harold Haroldson. I couldn't care less about that quack's personal affairs. He can find financial aid elsewhere. Okay. Alright. Back to Beatrice Room. Hey, so what do you think about this? What can you tell me about this, Lady Frege? Wait. Oh, is it a new talk? Oh, okay. No? What? Yeah, Lefe's engagement. Which is... what? Oh wait, the psychological profile is... I guess that filled up the psychological profile bar? Because it's not there anymore. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have an argument. Lefe was hiding what her father was doing in his study. I doubted that she was doing this for any nefarious reasons. She might not even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frege had many enemies, and he retreated into his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Wait, the psychological... Huh? Well then, why is the psychological profile not here? I'm gonna talk about Von Sanctus. Oh, what? Oh. Lamau, check out my runestone again. Runestone shiny. Yes. No, she doesn't want to talk about Von Sanctus. What the heck? Is there anything else? What if I tried talking to Arya about it? She doesn't want to talk about it? What the heck? Well, I haven't tried saying anything about the sword yet. Do I need to talk to her about Celeste's sword?
I apologize that your investigation didn't lead anywhere, Miss McCoy. No, it's fine. My expectations weren't that high coming into this. But I still wanted to try, you know? If only I could have that much optimism.
Okay. Oh wait, is that... No, yeah, I found the sword. That's weird. Harold's back? Is there something... I don't know, I almost wonder if it's bugged, yeah. That's... pretty strange. Like, the bar is just gone. Yeah, Harold's not back. Man, I hope it's not glitched. I don't know, can I win the argument without it? Let's go try some bullshit. Is there something you're not telling us, Leffe? Because I have a feeling that you know much more than you're letting on.
What?
Trust you, be interested in sense over everything else. Unlikely she's actually involved in her father's murder. She might react well if you respond with a similar sincerity. Okay, thank you. What was your father doing in his study?
I already told you. I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me.
I mean, would the engagement imply that he would? I don't know what else could qualify there. I'm gonna go with that.
What is this?
It's proof that you had some idea of what your father was doing in his study.
Tyrion, I don't think that really proves anything.
Oh. Okay, oh no, we need to prove that she had some idea of what he was doing. Yeah. And yeah, it's just about the marriage. I don't know if it'd be her herself. No idea what my father was doing. Oh, I just realized. Body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. So, I feel like that supports my theory of a familiar did it. I don't know, try her herself? Nope. I don't know. Maybe I don't have the right evidence for that? Yeah, I mean, I do? Could be her own testimony. Oh yeah, there. I'm just derping again. Okay. No, we entered the study to make some sort of judgment. Although, I was going to use that to prove it, though. I mean, I guess that makes some sense, but you just saw her thoughts. How are you going to prove it with that? He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he?
What? Did someone else tell him?
Why did you need to find... Or why did you find the need to hide this from us?
I didn't.
The thoughts I saw earlier seemed to disagree with that. We only just met, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and they're claiming she did so for his inheritance.
That's absolutely absurd.
Regardless, your father's inheritance was probably the motive behind his murder.
Which means that a lot of people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you.
What? What was she doing?
Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How could you even think that I'd be capable of something like this?
You're the last person to see your father alive. Possibly you've been lying to us. Didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this. It's clear that the murder's motive was to take control of House Frega. Prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting members of your family. Your sister is innocent. Where do you think they'll turn their attention to next? I'm gonna go with X to doubt. I'm not so sure. You were the last person to see your father alive. It's possible that you've been lying to us.
And what could I possibly gain from doing that? I gave my testimony to the Inquisition of my own volition. If I had truly been involved, I would have simply stayed silent.
Alright, she had a point there. Okay. Rationalize? Okay. We didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frega. This means their plan heavily relied on who William Frega was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frega, how was your father planning to change his will?
I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. I've already told you, my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me.
Okay, is this where I put about the engagement? I mean, Yeah, I mean, she would inherit the house, and then Jaden would take care of it. So, yeah. So there's got to be some awareness of the will. Yeah, okay, now it's right. Is that really true, though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus. And I also know that as a part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. Which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me, Leife?
I can't trust you.
What?
You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. You're a known dissident. You, the other Pillar families, and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information won't be used against my family?
So that's why she was being so secretive. Nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me, but please understand I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. We've been hired by Prince Aster, but I'm an independent agent. I have no stake in this conflict. I was only hired to arrive at the truth. I'll arrive at the truth one way or another. If you refuse to cooperate with me, I'll have no choice but to treat you as another suspect. I will appeal. Sincerity, right? I mean, it's more of an emotional appeal. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me, but please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. To do that, I need to know what kind of changes he was making to his will. It's likely that whoever did this wanted to prevent those changes.
Yippee! I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell that you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice?
Reassuring her would be the best course of action, but something in the back of my mind stopped me. I'll get to the truth of what really happened, no matter what it is.
Okay, if that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know.
What was William doing?
I wasn't trying to be difficult, but I didn't know who I could trust.
Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable.
I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned, and in his words, he was even more impudent than before.
Did he tell you what their meeting was about?
He didn't, and I honestly didn't care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. My father clearly felt otherwise. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He said he was going to draft a will to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family.
Oh, several other members as well? Yeah. So then Miriam is flying. Wonder. I did get the feeling that she was probably being blackmailed. In murder, Beatrice returned home, arranged a meeting. Angered William enough for him to declare that he'd be disinheriting her. Has anyone found the draft of his will? Or of this will?
No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began.
The modified will was missing? I doubted that it would be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. But I couldn't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Does anyone else know about this?
No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she questioned me.
Because it would have established a motive for Beatrice? Anyway, thank you, Leifei.
Tyrion,
Yes?
my sister isn't a bad person. She would never do something like this.
I know, but she's in good hands. Ruby Tymora is the one defending her in this trial, after all. Says the man who would later go on to prosecute her.
Okay. Not sure if that's a good thing or not.
I think I'd learned everything I could from Leifei. There was only one last person to speak with, Harold Haroldson. Alright. So, I'm guessing he'd be back in the gallery? Yep. This is a complete mess. As we entered the gallery, we spotted Lord Haroldson. He was inspecting the shattered remnants of the display case. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. He's working for the Crown Prince. To be trusted? It seemed that word had spread about my deal with Aster. I'm glad you seem to be doing better.
Wait, what happened?
It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Not that I could explain exactly what had happened. Anyway, Mr. Haroldson, could we... Harold. Right. Harold. I'm sure you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege. The prosecution suspects that someone used the Sword of Spell-Eating to break into the Duke's room. Oh yeah, I gotta show him the runestone. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night. I'll tell you what I can. I'm not sure how much help I'll be. Hey, let me show you my runestone. It's really neat. It means that I'm a certified attorney. Ah, what is this? A rare artifact? It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney. All my colleagues have similar devices. They're so enamored with these newfangled functions. Oh, you won't catch me chasing passing fads like that. Oof. Man, first he gets told by Von Sanctus that, hey, you know we make those, right? And then this guy's just like, bah humbug, I don't care. Get that shit out of my face. How about the paintings, Celeste? Oh. Researcher. Okay. Yeah, he does talk about them this time. This is Professor Matt Furland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What's that? The study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Yeah, it is the same dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, they cancel each other out. Alright.
Arcanum.
What if... Well, nothing's different here. Raise of evocation... Yeah. So Celeste and Harold don't really interact with each other. Disappoint. The artifacts.
I can't believe a museum owns a magic item like this.
I would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves. The nobility of today doesn't have much use for items such as these. Really though, the earrings? Like they're supposed to expand your lifespan? Or extend your lifespan? You're telling me no noble would want those? That's some bullshit. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength nowadays. And a noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. Oh, that sword specifically. I guess? I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess owns a magic item like this. Well, but then she says noble houses take them for themselves, plural. Nudges up sunglasses. Nudges up glasses. Technically, actually. A demon? Oh, right. The sword of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Isn't making a deal with a demon just asking for trouble? They'd definitely betray you the first chance they got. Legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Would that be similar to a legally binding contract? The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who they are. So I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Although, I'm sure you already know it, or you know that already, Mr. Cuthbert. Huh? Hey, what did he mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that? The theft. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Couldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time? That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. What? That can't be right. And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyway. Were the wards protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing to shatter the glass while the wards were active. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than simply dispelling it. I mean, maybe it could be like some kind of artificery, but I feel like it's got to be somebody with a focus on evocation magic. Yeah, that once again does not sound like something that you just multi-class into. But something about the readings on the lock console were strange. As if the protective magic had been completely nullified. That shouldn't have been possible. No? Never mind. If it was nullified beforehand, The locks are designed to be immune to anti-magic fields. Oh. The only thing that could bypass it was the Sword of Spell Eating itself, and it only works when being held by someone. But if they had access to the sword already, they wouldn't have needed to break the display case. I think it's more likely that someone used an extremely powerful spell. Probably. But the Sword of Spell Eating wasn't the only item that was stolen either. What? Was another artifact stolen that night? Well, yes. I mean, we've already examined that the bracelet's gone. You mentioned that another item was stolen. Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the Sword of Spell Eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. And unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we still haven't found the armbands. I looked at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They'd been removed, but the glass case was completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. Oh? How did you know they were taken then? What? Okay. What was going on here? The two thefts were completely different from one another. The thief. You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind. Yes, I'm well aware of that. And it doesn't sit quite right with me either. Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. But apparently, Beatrice is an exception to that. Was Beatrice really that powerful? Or was she being framed by one of the house leaders? But the cases can be opened normally, can't they? Ah, yes. The magical locks on the case can be disabled. No thoughts, just worried? Strikes me as a surprise? Okay. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Happiness, sadness, anger, and surprise. I detected some fear. Was he hiding something? No, surprise or fear. I mean, I guess they're... Okay. How are they normally disabled? Yeah, they are sort of similar. They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. He's becoming more sus. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Alright, what about the Hall of History getting defunded? Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Heralds and Hall of History? Yes, he was. But that doesn't mean I had anything to do with his murder. Did your argument that night turn hostile? I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. But how insulting he was, it should have. William was being unreasonable, and I was frustrated. That's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the Crown about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you'd noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility as of late. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wyverngard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. We're already seeing that happen with Grand General Steelwind and these insurrections in the countryside. Nothing but brutish simpletons, the lot of them. It was clear that Harold was passionate about his work. Would that passion have driven him far enough to commit murder, though? So many people had a motive to murder William Frege, but who actually did it? I took some time to review everything I'd already learned. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the Sword of Spell-Eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief of the sword? We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them.
Maybe.
The thief might be a noble? But that's not really something that we know about them. I mean, it is a possibility. The thief has powerful magic. Probably? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because to blast through the wards. But he did say that the wards were tampered with. Or looked like they were. The thief has powerful magic. Magic strong enough to bypass the abjurative wards entirely. Maybe from the sword after it was shattered? Maybe, but... I mean... I don't know. I'm not too clear on whether the sword just entirely negates the spell. Well, no, it shouldn't, because otherwise it would negate the entire anti-magic field. Maybe. I don't know. But if it was afterwards, it wouldn't make sense for the sword to really change anything. It shouldn't have left a lasting mark. I mean, after it's shattered, it's already shattered. But, let's see, I don't know if I can go back far enough. Didn't show. I think it's here somewhere. Or no, that's about I think it was before that. Yeah. I don't know, I think it was implied that the barriers were negated when it happened, or when it was shattered. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what they were getting at. Yeah. Okay, strong magic. But what about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that. And I doubt Harold would lie about that when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind. Well, I mean, if he took the sword out of the case and then used the sword to shatter it, that would explain it. Yeah. He did say that the lock was immune to anti-magic barriers or whatever. So the only thing that could have done it was the sword. So yeah, just sort of like how he was talking about demons exploiting loopholes. With everything that's been said, sort of a loophole. If he unlocked the case, closed it back up, and then destroyed it with the sword, the real question is, why would he have a motive to do that? What motive could he have? That I don't know. Well, I mean, there's... Well, the overlying motive would be to get his funding back, but... Like, the Inquisition took the sword back pretty quickly. The only lasting problem is the bracelets of intelligence. But they were replaced with a fake. I mean, if he wanted to replace it with a fake, that'd be really easy, because he has access to them 24/7. So he could easily copy it somehow. And then it could just be trying to mess with the investigation by telling them that it was replaced with a fake. Like, I mean, if we're assuming that he's the one that caused these break-ins and everything, like, it is a question of why he did all this. Like, what does this series of events actually accomplish for him? And that I don't know. But it would certainly do a good job of obstructing the investigation if he was the one that did this and messed up the case and then replaced it with a fake, and he's like, no. There was a fake, somebody replaced it. Yeah. It do be confusing. Alright. Right, but then what happened next? They brazenly stole this sword of spell eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the Kingsguard. Position discreetly place the manor on lockdown. Search every room in the manor to try and find it. Originally found in Beatrice's bedroom. That led them to believe that she had stolen it. And the Kingsguard moved to arrest her. Prince Astor ordered them to step down. And then there's Leife's statement. While he was extremely upset, Beatrice may have offended him. Agreed to his study. Didn't care much about the missing artifact. Kingsguard investigate. What does this tell us about William Frega's death? If his account gives us a clear fact about when William died...
What if?
Died after... the theft was reported? Okay, well it's true, but we're looking for something else. So, died after the lockdown activated? Yes. Okay. This means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right? Yeah, most magical locks are immune to anti-magic fields. Otherwise, the lockdown would have just disabled the locks. The sword of spell eating must function differently if it produced that effect. That's still not concrete evidence, though. And we haven't even spoken to all of the suspects yet. Right. I never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind. But given his status, I wondered if that would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start. And it's not as if we're defending this case. The trial's getting close anyway. I didn't doubt Miss Timora's abilities, but I could still compare notes with her before the trial began. It was a little strange that I hadn't seen her since the investigation started. Maybe she was meeting with Beatrice at the dungeons. Alright. Dungeons... Although... I think I'm actually gonna call it there. Ugh. Oh yeah, it's almost been 6 hours. I feel like that'd be a better place to pick off, or step up. Yeah, blah, blah. Next small scene is last until chapter break. Yeah, I figured. Probably that and then right into the court case. But I think I'll save that for the beginning next time. Instead of going straight into the court case. Good stuff. So I have an idea on how it may have been done, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a familiar is very likely. But I don't know if it's the monkey or the as yet unfound rat, which I assume is a familiar. And then there's this whole possible conspiracy thing. Rat. Spinning rat. Yeah, the underlying eye taker and heiress. Oh my. But yeah, so next time we go on offense, we are the prosecution. I still need to save. I don't think I saved. Do I want to get rid of that one? I sort of want to keep that one for reference later. Save over this. Okay. You two should kiss. Oh my goodness. The interrupted proposal, well, dating proposal, whatever. Oh, that about killed me. I was like, ah! Man. It will happen, though. I feel it. I believe. Anyway. That is gonna be it for today. Probably gonna be a pretty normal week this week. Unless something happens again, like downed tree or freaking tree. Honkai 3rd Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Witch Spring R. And then Friday, Trails from Zero. Oh, right. Chaos Zero Nightmare, part 2 of the current season, is it? This is season 3, right? Yeah, season 3, part 2. Comes out, is it Tuesday, I think? I think they update on Tuesdays, because I remember last time I tried to stream that, they were having an update. Lamau. But I don't know, I'm tempted to do like an extra stream Wednesday or Saturday. I don't know. Playing around with that idea. We shall see. I could just save it for next week or something as well, but I'm thinking about it. Anyway, in the meantime, if anybody's interested in social medias, there's links for my Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube there in the chat. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. Yeah, I think that's about everything, so thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.